Yet another try, and that will be 36 points to nil. This is getting a tad bit too easy for this China outfit. It was expected, and the conversion doesn't go through. It will be 36 points to nil. Nevertheless, China in a demanding position. Once again, you see that supporting running line was just brilliant from this Chinese outfit throughout this game, and they've really ran a riot against this Philippines outfit. 36 points to nil reads the scoreline with around less than 2 minutes left on our clock. Plenty of work cut out for the Philippines outfit. Not the best of restarts from China, as Philippines will look to try and possibly get a consolation try, or consolation score at least.
Yes, Trishman, and you can see that's a brilliant run. And that's holding on from Philippines. They really have to make sure to keep ball position at this crucial time. But China on attack. And there you go, that's yet another try that would seal the deal completely. It's not that it wasn't sealed before.
Indeed, it doesn't get more convincing for China. 41 points to nil, with the conversion to follow. This time around as well, not successful from China, but that won't matter. A 41 point lead will well and surely be enough now, as the Philippines will really look to try and get a consolation score in. It's been a tough outing for Philippines against a much favoured China outfit, as the kick goes deep. Not the best of collections, but still manages to get hold of position, puts that ball into boot, waits for that rugby ball to bounce, and boots it one more time. And still, ball loose as China secures position.
Yes,
We'll look to finish this game on a flourish.
I'd say this is the final play. And there she goes. Just one person to beat. Quickly releases and regathers. Taken quickly.
Once again, good spread from China, as they will really finish this game on a high. They do finish it with a touchdown, and elated dugout from China, as they will well and surely be quite happy with how things have gone against Philippines. 46 points to nil with the conversion to follow, and it doesn't get more convincing for China. 46 points to nil with the conversion to follow. And the conversion doesn't go through. It will be a demanding and a convincing win for China over Philippines. And they'll be quite the happy bunch who did finish second up in China. And they'll really look to go one up here in Colombo. That's your full-time score confirmation. China did run riot as they clinch a convincing win over Philippines, 46 points to nil. Highlights from that second half. It was Philippines who just couldn't find any answers to this Chinese attack. And China absolutely ran riot in that second half. They picked up from where they left off in that first half as well. When they were going into the break, it was 26 points to nil. And then from there on, it was no stopping China. As they do clinch this encounter quite convincingly.
Yes, Rashwan, it's all about this technique. Brilliant technique from China.
Indeed, we see the key stats from the game between China and Philippines. It was 8 tries scored from China, just 3 converted, but that was not a big problem for China. 46 points to nil, a convincing win at the end for China, who look to really go all the way out here in Colombo at the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens 2025.
And we move into our next game as the host will take the field for the first time in their home leg. Placed 9th last time round in China. We'll be hoping they can do a bit better than that. But the challenge in front of them is Thailand, who were in the top 4 last time out. And straight away a deep kickoff. But it's Sri Lanka with ball at hand.
Yes, Nathan, they are at the red zone, I would say. Sri Lanka. What would they opt for?
A lot of work to do for that lady out wide on the left. No support on the left hand side, and she has conceded the penalty. And Thailand will take it quickly. Inches away from the try line, but she's dropped it cold. And that you have to say is a very early reprieve for Sri Lanka, who are pinned back in their own 22. Well, lost for options. The ball is loose yet again, and that looks like Sri Lanka have lost it forward. And the first set piece of this game will be in favour of Thailand. But scrappy start so far from both the sides. I thought Thailand had an opportunity to score.
Yes, Nathan. And even now, I would say they do have a chance with only 5 meters away from the whitewash. It's all about hands, the passes, and the gap. Then there they go for the first try against Sri Lanka. Thailand with 5 points to nil with the conversion to follow.
Yes, a simple rugby there from Thailand, drawing and passing. They didn't need to make that final pass. The gap just opened up for them right under the post. And the easiest of conversions, and it's the Thailand ladies with their early 7-0 advantage. Just 2 minutes or so into this first half. We'll have a look at that replay. Can't blame that last defender either. Didn't know which attacker to close down. And all that ended up doing was opening up the gaps for Thailand. Now have their noses in front.
Yes, Nathan, I would say now from the restart kick, Sri Lanka has to manage to keep ball position. And that's number 7. Loses the ball. And Thailand on attack. Would that be an easy try? Yes, once again.
Yes, that occasion you have to say lack of coordination among the Sri Lankan players. Khadija was not supporting their players in the ruck, and that opened up the opportunity for Thailand to turn over that ball and go over comfortably, as you said, for their second try. It looks all too easy at the moment for them. And the conversion is through as well from a tight angle. So 14 points up, still with almost 4 minutes left to play in this first half. We'll take a look at the replay there. Collection was clean. Good run as well. But there you see just a lack of support at the ruck.
Yes, Nathan. It's all about teamwork and coordination. And so far into the game, that's Sri Lanka back again with the receiving. Not very clean, I would say.
Yes, still looking a bit rusty at the moment. Long days play ahead here at the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Have action all the way up until 10 p.m. local. And now finally the Sri Lankans getting some offloads together. But again, those options just not opening up for them at the moment. But they'll do well to just keep ball in hand and not try and concede another try. But just as I say that, ball ripped away at the ruck once again. And now Thailand with that extra man on the outside. Here's the number 10 for Thailand going over for her second. And the third for her country. It's looking all too easy at the moment for Thailand.
Yes, Nathan, it's all about looking at the short side and the side of attack as well. Sri Lanka seems to be napping outside the shots.
Yes, and that number 10 player for Thailand, she's been brilliant defensively. You have to say, won a possession back a couple of times already, and 2 of those have resulted in a try. She has a brace so far. Take a look at that replay once again. Ball was loose, and there was no stopping that runner for Thailand. Narathip Manesai for Thailand. 2 tries so far and 3 tries for her country. Just over 1.5 minutes left to play in this first half. For Sri Lanka are to spark a comeback, they'll need to make something happen and make it happen fast. Now playing against the clock as well. Scrappy stuff again from that last ruck. But Sri Lanka still with ball in hand. And looks like they have drawn the penalty as well. Or is it... it looks like the ball has been knocked on in that last ruck, and it will be another scrum in favor of Thailand as Sri Lanka look to their bench.
Yes, Nathan, it's all about the breakdowns and also the technique. It's all about the basics, actually, I would say, in sevens, and about speed. You have to make sure that you make the right decisions, that you support play.
Yes, couldn't agree more, Khadija. The game of sevens rugby, you often think you need a fancy set move or some fancy offloads to gain that edge, but sometimes it can be as simple as drawing and passing. You have the entire length of the field, but just the 7 players. And if you do your basics right, that's more often than not, that's going to be enough to open up most defenses. It's another scrum here in favor of Sri Lanka. As time has run out on our clocks, and Sri Lanka will certainly be hoping that they can try and pull one back before lemons. Here's a lovely wrap move coming in from Sri Lanka. The offloads sticking to hand. Have that man on the outside, but that's an important tackle coming in. Spare in the blushes potentially. And bundling her man out into touch. Coach Asela for Sri Lanka probably has plenty to say over that half-time break, doesn't he? And you take a look at that tackle there.
Yes, Nathan, it's all about the running lines, actually. The corner man has to make that run. And there you go, Thailand. Few players to beat. Oh, and that's enough forward. And that ends the first half for Thailand and Sri Lanka.
So a scrappy half from both these sides, you have to say, but it's Sri Lanka that made mistakes, and also on the territory as well. Majority of that first half was played inside the Sri Lankan 22, and hence Thailand find themselves 3 scores ahead. There you have your halftime confirmation. It's 19 points unanswered in favor of Thailand. So we're back for the second half, and an important second half, you have to say, for Sri Lanka. But before that, we'll have a look at the first half highlights. Like we were saying a little while earlier, Khadija, majority of that first half was played inside Sri Lanka's red zone. And plenty of loose ball situations at the ruck. And that number 10 player for Thailand has been instrumental, winning plenty of turnovers and getting 2 tries of her own.
Yes, Nathan. It's all about the ball position as well. Sri Lanka has not managed to keep ball position and move forward in gaining their lines.
Yes, and coming up in the women's pool F, we'll have Hong Kong, China taking on Singapore, and that promises to be yet another tri-fest. We know how dangerous Hong Kong, China can be attacking. But for now, it's Sri Lanka to kick things off. But like you were saying, Khadija, Sri Lanka not able to keep ball at hand, and Thailand as well had their moments when they let the ball go loose, but they were playing their rugby in the right part of the field, and hence were in prime position to capitalize on any Sri Lankan errors. And now kickoff cleanly collected, and now just swinging it from left to right, waiting for those gaps to open up, and that's exactly what happens. Right down the middle she goes. Didn't need to wait too long for that first score, did Thailand. And it'll be the 4th score and the 2nd score for that lady in the number 1 jumper. Making it look all too easy at the moment, straight from kickoff. And this is exactly what we were talking about just before halftime. Sometimes the game of sevens can be as simple as just keeping ball at hand and drawing and passing, and the gaps eventually will open up. Had the entire length of the field to play with, and does so to perfection, and the try goes converted as well. So it's Thailand now with their noses comfortably ahead.
Yes, Nathan. So it's all about basics, just like we talked about. And Sri Lanka should manage with their defense to be more coordinated, I would say. In sevens, it's all about attack and defense, but defense plays a crucial part in managing the scores. So it all starts from the restart kicks.
Yes, they say attack wins you games, but it's your defense that wins you championships, isn't it? And straight from kickoff once again, ball bounces kindly for Thailand, collected by the number 2. Looks to go inside, but doesn't need to. She was already over the line, and that's the 5th try for Thailand, and their 2nd try in this second half. We've only played a minute and a half.
Yes, Nathan. Sri Lanka really should try to make some scores right now, since we are at the 5-minute mark.
10 seconds.
Only a couple of minutes.
And the conversion from a tough angle goes begging, but it's still 31 points to nothing in favor of Thailand. Take a look at that try straight from kickoff. And Sri Lanka making that cardinal error of letting the high ball bounce, and you never want to do that in the game of rugby at any level.
Yes, Nathan. Sri Lanka almost had it. Let's see how this goes again. Bounces out. And that would be a line out.
Thank you. Mark you.
Yes, I think it struck the hand of one of the Sri Lankan players before going out, because it's a line out in favor of Thailand. Just inside 40 meters. And now's the time you want to go for one of your set moves, but she's overthrown it, and now Sri Lanka have won back possession. Quick hands through the line,
Down. Back, back. Thank you.
but the Thai defense seems a lot more composed, scrambling and getting into their positions in the nick of time and making Sri Lanka wait for that first score.
And that's holding on, Nathan. I would say the defense is quite fast, even when the position is with Sri Lanka. And there we go. So far, Thailand has made some amazing runs, haven't they, Nathan?
Yes, the running lines from them, especially from that number one player. She's broken the line straight to the middle on a couple of occasions. And now it's a bit scrappy from Thailand, but still managed to come away with the ball. Here's the number two going around that left-hand side once again. The defense nowhere to be found, and that allows her to run right round the race course turf and touchdown under the post for yet another try to Thailand. It's 36 points to nothing with the conversion to come.
Yes, Nathan, with 3 minutes on our clock, it's going to be quite a challenge for Sri Lanka to score. It's not that it's impossible, they still can, but they really have to talk and communicate in order to make scores.
Yes, communication is key. You can see the ball was loose from Thailand, and in this game, from what we've seen so far, if Sri Lanka had made that mistake, you'd 100% expect Thailand to make that turnover and try and launch an attack. But here, lack of communication in the defense, and Thailand managed to win back their own loose ball. So you see some support for the home side, Sri Lanka. Some support for the home side, Sri Lanka. After all, this is their home leg, and you would expect the local fans to come out in their numbers, especially later in the day. A weekend full of rugby action here at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series.
Yes, Nathan, we still are playing inside our 22. We haven't been able to gain, and I would say it's all about the depth, Nathan. There you go, there's another loose ball. Sri Lanka opts for their own try.
Yes, left with absolutely no choice there, you have to say. Pass not going anywhere near the hands, and it'll be a 5-meter scrum in favor of Thailand, and they'll be looking to try and add another score. Points as well is of paramount importance, isn't it, Khadija, especially considering the qualification procedure into the second round. It's the 3 first place teams along with the best loser or the best second place team in their group. And when it comes to judging that, points difference could be of utmost importance. So even when you have the ascendancy, it's important that you don't take the foot off the gas. It's Sri Lanka that have shoved illegally and taken quickly by Thailand, and she's wriggled through for the try. It's 43 points now to Thailand with a conversion to come. And Sri Lanka faltering in defense yet again. This time at the scrum down.
Yes, Nathan, so many cardinal errors. Not the one you expect at this level of games.
Yes, certainly, Khadija, it's important that you do your basics right. There you have a replay. Again, plenty of gaps opening up in the Sri Lankan defense. He went right through the middle. And as time has run out on our clocks, if Thailand can win this kickoff, they'll be hoping they can add another try. But as for Sri Lanka, ahead of their next couple of group games, they'd want to go back to the drawing board, go back to their basics, as the referee has blown for full time, and it's Thailand that have blown away Sri Lanka in this first game. 43 unanswered points in favor of Thailand, the fourth seeded side in this second leg, as you have your full time confirmation. 43 points to nothing in favor of Thailand, and it's been a comprehensive performance from them so far in their first game in leg 2. We'll take a look at the second half highlights straight from kickoff. The textbook try from Thailand. Waited for the gaps to open up and went over for their first try, and then this one.
Yes, Nathan, it's all about keeping the ball in your hand, and Sri Lanka manages to fail at every time right after the restart. And Thailand took advantage of those mistakes, and therefore we had the score.
Yes, you can see that third try in the second half, it was really scrappy from Thailand, but the Sri Lankan defense not up to the task to pounce on that loose ball. And the end result being an under the post try to Thailand. You don't see that too often from a loose ball situation. As we'll take a look at the key stats from that game. 7 tries and 4 conversions for Thailand. And if you're a Sri Lankan faithful, you're one of the supporters of the home team, you wouldn't want to take a look at that right hand side column. Sri Lanka had absolutely nothing going for them in that first game, but hopefully they'll be able to bounce back. We know the talent that they possess in their ranks. Still have a couple of group games left to come. Hopefully they can go back to the drawing board and mount a comeback in those games. And with that being said, we'll move on into our next game. Hong Kong, China taking on Singapore. As the crowd slowly but surely making their way to the race course. Now, next game, Hong Kong, China, one of the stronger outfits in this women's division and in the men's division as well, taking on Singapore. They'll be hoping to continue in their momentum and try and hit the ground running in this second leg.
Yes, Nathan, it's absolutely going to be exciting between Hong Kong and Singapore. Let's see how it turns out. So far in the games of Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025, Hong Kong has been one of the main teams that lead and dominate the field, I would say.
Yes, definitely, Khadija. Hopefully they'll be living up to expectations. So we take a look at the team cards for this next game. Hong Kong, Gabriela Rivers, Chloe Chen, Maggie Yeng, Julia Oyana, Kaman Nam, Natasha Thorne and Melody Lee. And for Singapore, you'll have Nicole Tanzi Yu, Simpeki Lili, Wang Lin Amanda, Wan Shan Felicia, Chen Chloe, Chong Min and Victoria Chu. Plenty of talent in both those ranks here at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series second leg. Message to all our local viewers: if you are in the vicinity, please do make your way down to the race course. The Asia Rugby Sevens returning to Sri Lanka after a lapse of 8 years. Certainly an occasion worth celebrating, as now these two teams take to the middle. And all these live pictures brought to you courtesy the Papare, the official production and broadcasting partner of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025 second leg. Hong Kong in their blue strip and Singapore in the red. And the referee Ayman Driji from Saudi Arabia. Great exposure for the referees as well, isn't it, Khadija? Not just the local referees, but the international referees as well get to make their way down to Colombo and ref an Asian Rugby 7 Series. And it will be Hong Kong to kick things off from left to right in the first half.
Yes, Nathan, absolutely. There goes the kickoff. A
Kickoff.
long cutout pass to the corner, I would say. It's quite messy from the start.
Yes, and the ball picked up at ruck time by Hong Kong, China, and now have plenty of numbers out wide on the left. Doesn't need them, does the number 2. Manages to barge through for the first try in the first 30 seconds, and this is exactly the start that Hong Kong, China would have wanted. But yet again from Singapore, some scrappy stuff from them, conceding the ball at the breakdown. And Hong Kong, China were there to pounce, and it's a 7-0 cushion for them. Less than a minute played. Not the optimal start for Singapore, isn't it? They wouldn't have wanted to concede so easily and so early into this game. But they do have time on their side. And opportunities will come for them to try and hit back. And here's a half break coming in from the number 12. So straight away, Singapore trying to straighten up their act.
Yes, Nathan. Still, Hong Kong manages to keep their composure in defense as well.
Yes, and the defense is creeping up on them. Incredible line speed from Hong Kong, but unfortunately, that will be a high shot.
But there is a significant drop from,
And,
from red, so it will
Thought
be a
the
yellow card.
tackler was a bit unlucky there. The ball carrier just slipped, and she's been given her marching orders as well. So Hong Kong will play the next 2 minutes with just the 6 players on the park, and this is an ideal opportunity for Singapore to try and hit back and try and pull back one score after conceding early.
Yes, Nathan. Let's see how Singapore manages to make score with the numbers advantage.
Try to
With only 6 players from the Hong Kong side.
crouch, bind.
Scrum in their favor, but inside their own 5 meter. How they exit from this will be crucial for Singapore. Opts to put the ball to boot. The chase is on, but it's the Hong Kong player that gets there first, but the bounce is kind for Singapore. So a net gain for them. And now looking to go laterally. Have an extra man out wide on the left. Opts to go for the gap instead. Does the number 7. Probably would have done better to try and find her extra man on the left. But instead she's conceded the penalty for holding on. And you have to say that's a chance gone begging for Singapore.
Yes, Nathan. Could have been a beautiful wraparound pass, but I don't think that they saw it coming. And Hong Kong, still, as I said, manages to keep their composure in defense. And now, a scrum in the favor of Hong Kong.
Yes, what can they make of this? A scrum on the halfway mark. With one man down though. Just the 3 players in their line, and that's a good hit coming in from Singapore. Manages to force the knock on. And now that space opening up for the extra man from Singapore. Needs support though.
Stop. You drop the
Support doesn't arrive, and it looks like she's lost the ball forward. And that's back-to-back opportunities squandered by Singapore when they've had the numerical advantage as well.
Yes, Nathan. So far, Hong Kong is playing quite beautifully with their experience, I would say. Still with the player outside. Manages to keep the scores.
ball. Crouch, bind, set.
It's another scrum in favor of Hong Kong. It's a bustling run here. Bumps off a couple of tackles. Needs to look for her options.
No red, no red.
Had one of her mates running a supporting line, but couldn't find her. Now Hong Kong trying to create that
Play on first one.
outnumbering on the right, but it's ripped away from them at the breakdown. And now here comes Singapore. So pretty end-to-end stuff here in this game so far. exciting stuff, but it's still just the one score in it. And if it stays this way, it'll be Hong Kong, China that will be the happier side at the end of these 14 minutes.
Yes, Nathan, we can really see Singapore trying to manage and move past the red zone. Still unable to do so. It's all about the depth, the pass, and its accuracy, I would say. Spots no sweeper in the back, opts for the kick.
Yes, opts for the kick. There was no one sweeping for Hong Kong, but the chase wasn't the best as well from Singapore, and Hong Kong allowed to pick that up. And now we'll run at the Singapore line once again. Doing well to manage the game with just the 6 players on the park, and now they've been restored back to their full complement of 7. Here's that player for Hong Kong once again, bumping off a couple of tackles, bringing her side to the edge of the 22. But after conceding early, Singapore have tightened up in defense, but attack hasn't opened up for them.
Backward, play on.
Now some quick hands from Hong Kong as they motor towards the try line, looking for their second score. Create that overlap out wide on the left, and that's a textbook try from Hong Kong, China, who go over for their second. They were made to wait, but eventually get the result that they wanted.
Yes, Nathan. Even after the yellow card, we could see that Hong Kong manages to keep the scores even without letting Singapore score, and therefore they are quite successful in managing the scores. And that's an unsuccessful attempt at the conversion. Still, with the scores 12-0 so far.
Yes, you have to say Hong Kong deserved that try for the way they managed the game with just the 6 players. Singapore did tighten up in defense, but eventually managed to create that overlap. And that's their second score with just under 30 seconds left on the clock in this first half. Excellent stuff from Hong Kong, China so far, both in attack and in defense. And the Singapore player just chooses to put that out into touch, and we'll have half time. It's Hong Kong, China with their noses in front, 12-0. Has been good game management from them so far. As there you have your halftime confirmation. Hong Kong, China with their noses in front, 12-0. Singapore, even though they had a couple of chances, have failed to launch any attack of note and still find themselves playing from behind. All to play for in the second half then, here at the racecourse. And we're back for the second half in this women's fixture between Hong Kong, China and Singapore. Here's the highlights from that first half. It was Hong Kong, China that hit the ground running, opening the scoring in just the first 30 minutes. And then we immediately reduced to just the 6 players, but managed that passage of play brilliantly. And although Singapore managed to tighten up in defense after that first couple of minutes, right on the brink of half-time, they went over for the try and find themselves 12-0 ahead. As we take a look at our next fixture, a mighty close game between Malaysia and South Korea, and it'll be our first men's fixture in the Asia Emirates Rugby Sevens Leg 2 here in Colombo.
Ready? Here, ready?
And it'll be Singapore to kick things off. A deep kick straight away goes right into the 22 for Hong Kong. And the defense doesn't sweep up in time for Singapore, and Hong Kong given plenty of open space to run into. And if there's one thing you don't want to allow these Hong Kong runners to have, it is open space, isn't it? We know how dangerous they can be from those sorts of situations. And straight away, gaps opening up, and this might be a length of the field try for Hong Kong China. Motoring towards that try line. The number 2 goes over for her brace. And we were talking about how Hong Kong China love the open spaces. And now we just saw what they can do when they have them.
Yes, Nathan, it's all about the absolute physicality of the Hong Kong China players. From the start, we could see all their brilliant hits, their running lines, their absolute massive defense.
Yes, talking about the physicality, they needed a couple of defenders to bring her down, and even then had the presence of mind to put the ball down and pick it back up.
You are free, you can play it.
They have to say that's an intelligent play there from Hong Kong China. I don't think most players would do that. They'd look to send the ball out and form that ruck, but knew that her side had the physical advantage, and that kickoff has been dropped by Singapore, and will be Hong Kong China now with a scrum in their favor within 40 meters. And as you can see, Hong Kong China looking to go to their bench as well. That's another facet of the game of sevens that almost always goes unnoticed, isn't it? Strength of the bench is important, especially in these 2-day tournaments as well. You find yourself playing at least 6 to 8 games, and it's never easy to play on the full length of the pitch. So when you do have the opportunity to get your finishers on, it's important that you do so, and that's what Hong Kong China are doing.
Yes, Nathan, and with that cushion of 17 points to nil, I think Hong Kong China can change absolutely as many players as they want in the field. And there's a number on the outside. Not the best of passes.
Backward, play on.
Still managing. Oh, and that's still managing to keep position.
Back, please.
Yes, excellent stuff from Hong Kong China, keeping the ball at hand. Now swinging it from right to left, waiting for that gap to open up. Bumping off a couple of players yet again, using that physical advantage to their favor. Quick hands is needed from that ruck. Ball falls favorably, but unfortunately has been lost forward in the process. And that was a golden opportunity for Hong Kong China to try and add their fourth, but just a bit loose with the handling.
Yes, Nathan, and you could see an absolute brilliant continuity of play in the game. There's no stopping at breakdowns, quick passes, and very tactical from Hong Kong China.
Yes, and that's the part of the game that you need to perfect, isn't it? Especially at an international level, you feel that for most of these players to make it on the international level in terms of talent and physicality, you have to be at a certain level. So after that, what gives you the edge is your tactical play and your mentality, and that's what Hong Kong China have been doing, and it's worked out for them so far. 17-0 with their noses in front. 3 minutes left to play. They'll be hoping to try and add another couple of scores,
So
really
there is a tackle. You
help
need
their cause in terms of the points difference as well.
to release the ball. There is a tackle made here.
And I think now Singapore manages to get the ball
10,
positioned
10, back 10.
because of a holding on.
Scrum. He told me the call. Scrum called. Scrum called.
And Singapore going to their bench as well,
Subs.
getting some of their finishers on. Can hopefully spark something, try and pull a try or two back, and run this strong Hong Kong China outfit close.
I think both the teams have fresh legs, Nathan.
Here.
So it's going to be quite the exciting encounter, I would say. Still, Singapore has the chance to manage a score with 17 points to nil.
Set. Stay nice.
Singapore with the feed, but the support wasn't there. Lost for options. And once again, Hong Kong, China showing their line speed defensively. Trying to pin back Singapore inside their own half. But lovely step there. Making a half break, but still
Advantage.
support taking a bit too long to arrive for Singapore.
Back 10.
But they have won the penalty. And the gap was opening up, but unfortunately she's lost the ball forward again. And possession will be turned over to Hong Kong, China.
Here is your mark.
We can see Singapore having more replacements. Fatigue really kicking in during these humid conditions. I mean, you could see it in their passes, Nathan.
Yes, tried to get a few offloads in, but unfortunately the ball was lost forward. Like you said, Khadija, some of these teams might find it a bit difficult to adapt to the hot and humid Sri Lankan weather.
Advantage.
And there, Hong Kong, China dropping the ball, but were playing under advantage, and now they'll take it quickly. Have an extra man on the right hand side, finds that player, and she'll go over for the fourth try for Hong Kong, China. So more simple stuff from them, running those supporting lines and drawing and passing. And they take a comfortable 22-0 lead now with the conversion to come as well.
All about the basics, just like we discussed, right, Nathan? Hong Kong has managed to keep all their composure and remaining absolutely calm, but at the same time managing the momentum of the game. They weren't slow, they weren't stopping, they just kept moving.
Yes, certainly. Continuity of play as well is important. And that's something that a lot of teams strive to perfect, and Hong Kong, China have done that well so far. As time has run out on our clocks, it'll be one last chance for Hong Kong, China to try and add that fifth score. High hanging kick, and Singapore just choosing to put that out into touch and go back to the drawing board. They'll look to mount a comeback in their next couple of games, but it's Hong Kong, China, as expected, that have hit the ground running. 22 points to nil, a comfortable victory for them over Singapore. Singapore had their moments, but especially in attack they did falter on a couple of occasions, and couple of try scoring opportunities went begging, but there you have your full-time confirmation. It's 22 points to nothing in favor of Hong Kong, China, who get the perfect start to their campaign in the second leg of this Asia Rugby Sevens. And we'll take a look at the second half highlights. That there was a really intelligent try.
Yes, Nathan, absolutely brilliant stuff from Hong Kong, China.
Yes, and have a look at that second try as well. Tiring the defense, drawing and passing. And that was their fourth and final try in this clash. As we take a look at the key stats, 4 tries and 1 conversion for Hong Kong, China, and nothing for Singapore. Clinical performance from them as they have hit the ground running as they try to take the crown back in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. And up next we'll have our first men's fixture between Malaysia and Korea. It's the crowd slowly but surely building up into the race course. Plenty of foreign support as well, isn't it, coming down to Sri Lanka to support their national teams. So take a look at the next game. Malaysia taking on South Korea. here at the racecourse in Colombo.
Malaysia set to take on South Korea in what promises to be a thriller. Well, the Malaysians, they will be coming up with Zafir Ahmad, Izwan, Hafiz, Halim, Ilham, Amar, Zul Hisham, Amar, Zulwahi, Abdin and Iqbal, as South
Koreans have Kim, Lim, Jiwoo Park, Gingwoo Kim, Kim, Moon, Ji-hoon Park, Sebin Lee, Jin Yong Lee, Hwang Yong will make out the South Korean outfit. As you see the two teams, the first men's fixture for the day, Romario. It's going to be an interesting one. South Korea, of course, will not be too happy with their performance in China, but this leg will be the leg that they'll try to draw one back and try to do one better from their 7th place finish in the first leg.
Indeed, they will no doubt be hoping to better their 7th place finish. As Singapore, well, they will no doubt have a task at hand, as referee Ayman from Saudi will be the man in charge, with Tardu Chaturanga on one touchline and Suranga Arunashant on the other.
You have the Malaysians there. They toured Sri Lanka at the beginning of this year in the 15s format. A couple of these players also featured in that 15s outfit. But now it's going to be a different challenge for them in the shorter format of the game. 7s is a format that they've performed well, but how can they cope with the pressure here in the second leg at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series? The men's segment kicks off here in Colombo. Contestable kickoff from South Korea, but they get the ball back. Here's quick hands for the Koreans. It's Park who creates the gap, and there's space on the outside for Hwang to go through. That's going to be the first go. Easy does it for the South Koreans, identifying where the gap was, but I thought that try was scored from the kickoff.
Indeed it was, and also that offload that drew two defenders. Here you see that replay there. Gets the pass. There you go. The two defenders drawn, and the back of the hand offload that sets things up for the winger in the scrum cap to dodge down, and that's the opening try for South Korea, as the conversion too is successful. 7 points to nil with just a minute on the clock.
Good early try for South Korea, getting their ball rolling in this second leg. Here's another restart, but this one doesn't travel the 10 meters.
Horrendous restart there by the South Koreans. And now Malaysia, well, I beg your pardon, it's Malaysia. They will be with an opportunity.
Here's a ball for Izwan. Ammar looks to find his number 9 there on the corner. Zul Hilmi, but South Korea come away with the ball there. Looking to stretch the Malaysian defense, but the South Koreans are met with a good tackle there from Iqbal in that number 7 jersey for Malaysia. Here's space on the out for South Korea. Ji-hoon Park there, brought down by the Malaysian defense. Now spreading it from side to side once again, skipping a couple of tackles, ducking under another, and gets past the 50 meter there, but good defense on the ground there from Malaysia.
Holding on, says the referee Ayman, as a player is receiving some treatment, and by the looks of it, doesn't look too promising. The stretcher seems to be coming on the field, as Malaysia's woes are compounding. They yield a try, and now a man down, and he's been stretchered off. So it's not going to be easy for Malaysia.
Unfortunate early doors in a 2-day tournament, Romario. Not ideal when you lose a player. You really don't want to lose any of your players going into the business end of this competition. This is just the first game, but a lot to look forward to for these two teams. For all the teams competing, 12 teams in the men's section in the segment and 12 teams in the women's segment. But have a look at the replay there. Just hurt his knee there. You can see him crouching and holding his knee.
I think when he stepped, there was a bit of force that went there through his knee, and the knee that is heavily strapped has now given way. Time has been switched back on as the penalty finds touch, and now Malaysia will look to build on from
Korea to the edge.
First real set piece of the game coming the way of Malaysia. They'll have the throw in. The next fixture coming your way is going to be an interesting one. Hong Kong, China taking on the Philippines. Line out secured by Putra, who sends it to his line. Switching across and coming right across the defense of the South Koreans. Zuhairi finds a gap. No one wants to tackle him from South Korea. Brought down 5 meters away from the line. They need quick recycle ball here. South Korea will have to dig deep here in defense. Hafizi takes it forward, but the good defense from South Korea comes to the fore, but he needed to roll away there.
Let him run!
Quickly taken there from Malaysia. Zul Hisham there brought down. Once again, here's the man who brought them to this part of the field, who gives it across. South Korea drift in defense, but don't drift well enough. That's going to be the first try for Malaysia. Ammar scores on the right-hand side touchline. It's 5 points to 7.
5 points to 7, and they strike back straight away to Malaysia. All set up by the player in the number 11 jumper, has made a break through the heart of defense of this South Korean team, and there was no stopping him. It was Azwan who made that break for Malaysia. Now from the far touchline, the conversion isn't successful, so it's a 2-point ball game here at the racecourse grounds. As we have a look at that replay there, the floated, the loopy pass, still they managed to commit that Korean defender, and once they managed to do so, down the touchline did the try scorer go.
Really crafty player there. Ammar looking for work to do. Got around on the loop and scored that try for Malaysia, an important score. Here's the restart, a good contestable one, but collected cleanly there by Taekyun Kim, but the tackler needed to roll away there. Here's South Korea with the ball in hand. Once again looking to spread the defense, but running through that gap once again is Ji-Hoon Park, and looks to get the offload, but coming in the way there once again. Malaysia stopped that phase of attack from South Korea. Now they slow it down a tad bit, but they lose it on the ground. Snapped up by South Korea. Here's Taekyun Kim running away with it. Ammar comes in and saves the day for them. And what a defensive performance there from Ammar, the try scorer, forcing the penalty there.
Well, that was a great passage of play, and Malaysia have been rewarded for their hard work by just that single individual, as he tracked back and made all the hard work, did all the hard work by Ammar, and he managed to win the holding on penalty as well. So now Malaysia get out of their danger zone, but still stuck in their own half.
Miss. Just 2, 3.
Malaysia scored a try off
Let's go red.
a line out. That was their first try. What can they create out of this line out? The line out was clean the previous time. This time it's clean as well. Yes, Malaysia looking to create a similar move there, but the option shut out as the South Korean defense looks to swarm in on Harith Iqbal on that corner there. And winning the penalty back there was Intuak Huang on that corner in that number 14 jersey.
But by the looks of it, a scrum has been awarded to South Korea. as we will be now restarting with a scrum in favor of South Korea. Unsure why though, but play goes on.
Had a penalty coming their way. Maybe they would have opted for it, we're not too sure. But here's ball for Ji Kwal Kim. Swings it to Ji Hun Park, and now on the corner. Met in a huge tackle there. Good one coming in from Azwan Zuhairi, and wins the penalty back once again for Malaysia. The defense has been fantastic so far. They've allowed South Korea to run a bit, but not run too much. They might have missed the first tackle, but the second tackle and the work on the ground has been fantastic from them.
I think added to that, the South Koreans are finding themselves with less support as the first half comes to an end. A tight first half, 2 points separating the two teams here at the Racecourse Stadium in Colombo as the South Korean fans fill in. Game number 1 of the men's category on day 1. It's Malaysia with 5 and South Korea with 7 points. We're back here at Racecourse with live action from the first game of the men's segment. Pool A was South Korea, who struck early with a try from Huang Park, and the try went converted, but then Malaysia struck back after a couple of minutes to Amar as they drew back. However, the conversion wasn't successful, but it's a 2-point ball game as we see the next fixture, Abid.
The champions of the first leg, Hong Kong China, will take on the Philippines, who finished 12th, and they'll be the 12th seed team. So the top seeded team taking on the bottom seeded team from that first leg in China. That's going to be an interesting one to see how Hong Kong have turned around after that victory and how they've got their strategies going forward. And also for the Philippines to see how they've changed their strategies. But the game on hand now is a very close one. It's 5 points to 7. Malaysia's defense has been up to the task so far. What do we have in store for you in the second half? Good collection from South Korea there. Ji Kwal Kim collecting that ball. Now looking to run through a gap there was Tai Kyun Kim. Here's a little bit of razzle-dazzle from Sabin Lee, but a good defensive performance and a good defensive effort once again from Malaysia. Cuts that phase of attack, and there's a knock-on there.
The attack was nipped in the bud there by a massive tackle coming in and took off the hands of the ball carrier, and that meant the ball was knocked on rather.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Good scrum pressure coming in from South Korea. Yes, Zuhairi has been a real live wire so far in this half, as has that man with ball in hand. Ammar gets the offload into Zuhairi. Stepping back in, still on his feet. Looks like the man who really has got a lot of go-ahead for Malaysia. Now stretching the defense. Getting the ball into the hands of Zul Hisham, who is marshalled well by the drift defense of South Korea. Once again, Zuhairi gets the step in and steps past two players, gets the offload in. Here's the try coming in for Malaysia. That's one for the highlights reel. Adin Iman Putra will score that try. that gets Malaysia the lead. But that was all created by Zuhairi. What a try for Malaysia.
Great piece of play there by the Malaysians. And do we have a surprise brewing here in the first game of the men's segment in Pool A? Malaysia have struck back. They have gone into the lead. Now have an opportunity to extend it further. The conversion from right in front is successful. So now it's a 5-point game. As we have a look at that replay, here you go. Step 1, 2 and 3 gets the offload away. And by that time, well, the South Korean defense was reeling and there was no stopping this youngster.
Important restart coming for Malaysia.
Good to go? Okay.
12 points to 7. Just a 5-point game. Anything can happen in the game of sevens rugby. It just takes a split second for the game to turn on its head. Restart from the man who orchestrated that previous try, Zuhairi. And they've tapped the ball back. Once again, here's Zuhairi. Park gets away with the ball. Looks to offload it. Here's South Korea on the move. Kim. But play has been called back for a knock-on from Malaysia. So South Korea will have the put into the scrum.
Well, they did have the advantage, but the referee pointed out that there was a forward pass. And that's why he decided to bring back play. Well, rather, he did not have any option but bring in play back for the first infringement and a scrum in favor of South Korea.
Interesting setup in attack from South Korea. Not really spread out wide. Got the one man behind the scrum there, looking to outhook Malaysia, but we'll have a reset of the scrum. But interesting setup there, Romario. Generally would have all three players on one side, but even though the scrum is closer towards the 15-meter mark, they've got a man on the short side. Interesting to see what's cooking for the South Koreans.
Well, I think the player from right behind the scrum, the side he goes, the ball will come. There goes their little number 9. Set things up now inside, still inside their own half, South Korea. Through the hands they go, putting on some footwork. Still not making too many meters ahead, but now the try scorer for South Korea places the ball. The referee thought there was a knock-on, but thought better off. South Korea hot on attack now. Here goes the big man in the number 18 jumper, but the ball has been popped forward and then kicked out of play by the Malaysian.
Red on the 10.
Players on their haunches as we have about 2 minutes or so left on the clock in this first game of the men's segment in Group A.
Thought that was very good defense from Malaysia. Imosi Labati was really pumping his legs there. Crooked throw there from South Korea. So Malaysia have the option and they take the scrum. This is biting time off the clock, and that's exactly what Malaysia need right now. 1.5 minutes remaining on our clock. Substitutions coming in.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's now all about game management for Malaysia.
Substitution blue.
Send the substitutes in. Make sure the fresh legs are on the park.
Hookers, here's your mark.
Plenty of substitutes coming on for both sides.
South Korea will look to put pressure at scrum time, but the ball comes away quickly for Malaysia. Here's a little wraparound move for the Malaysians. Opens up a little bit of space and they grubber it forward. The ball might just bounce kindly here for Malaysia. And he was taken out there. That should be a penalty or maybe even a penalty try, but it'll be interesting to see what the call is going to be from the assistant referee.
Straight away comes to the TM Motors, the referee. Now decision time.
TMO check.
The first TMO call for the day. Referee Ayman alongside Suranga Arunashant. Having a look at the screen. The kick was good. The number 7 somehow managed to reach his kick, but here you go. There you go. He was taken out blatantly by the two men, and if that did not happen, it would have been a try all day for Iqbal in the number 7 jumper.
14.
Now it's decision time for the referee. Penalty try. Will it be a penalty try? Will it be a yellow card? Or will it be both? Here you go. He was no doubt reaching that ball first was Iqbal, but then he was taken out. Now it will be interesting to see who the referee gives the yellow card to, Abid.
No matter the yellow card, the penalty try has been awarded there.
14.
Jin Yong Lee and In Tak Huang were the two men that brought that player down,
Number
Iqbal,
14.
and try scored. That means it's a 7-pointer, and it's going to be a yellow card for In Tak Hung, who is going to go to the bin for the last 1 minute of this game. And Malaysia have got a full 7-pointer, and it's 19-7 here.
Okay, when you're ready.
Indeed. There you go. The yellow card was coming, and it did come in the end rather. And now Malaysia with a handsome lead, sitting pretty with about 45 seconds left on the clock. 6 men of South Korea. They will no doubt have a task at hand.
Imosi Lasati, or Imosi Labati rather, has been called to the bench. And South Korea will play the remainder of this game with just the 6 men. Here's Jun Wook Kim trying to spark something on that corner there. Have a look at the Malaysian defense. They're not committing too much. Once again, some space for Ping Yong Moon, who goes up to the 10-meter line. That's a penalty for not releasing the man there and falling down, not supporting his body weight was the call.
South Korea take the quick tap with nothing really on for them, Abid.
12 points to bridge in no time is not something that South Korea could do, and that too with just 6 men. Jun Wook Kim, they've looked a bit lethargic with ball in hand, South Korea. That's because the Malaysian defense has been right in their face. You really have to give their flowers to them. But here we go. Turnover ball once again. The number 8 for Malaysia. Zul Hisham gets the offload in, but now South Korea running away with it. In that number 3 jumper is Jin Mo Lim. He's going to be chased down there. Good defense. What a defensive effort from Harith Iqbal. And forces the penalty as well. What an effort in defense. First tracked the man down. And now taps it, kicks it out and wins the game for Malaysia.
Game, set and match for Malaysia. Quite a surprise in this first game, but Malaysia get the better of South Korea. 19 points to 7 as the next two teams run on to the field for their fixture.
Malaysia 19 and South Korea 7. Your full-time confirmation. That was the first men's segment game here in Colombo, the second leg of the Asia Rugby Sevens tournament. Here are the highlights of that game. Malaysia will be quite proud of their performance in attack, but I think you really have to take your hat off to them in defense as well.
Indeed, they did hang on when South Korea put them under the pump in that first half. And then in the second half, it was all Malaysia. penalty try and a yellow card too at the end of it. As we see the two teams, Hong Kong, China, set to take on Philippines. The Philippines skipper, I remember, 8 years ago he was playing with Philippines here in Sri Lanka. In the number 10 jump, kicks things off. Not 10.
Short arm penalty for
the kick not going 10 meters. So straight away, Philippines will have an opportunity to apply a bit of pressure on Hong Kong. But we all know what a potent team this Hong Kong outfit can be. Philippines, they finished last, but here you go. In the number 5 jumper, goes straight through the heart of defense, does the Philippines player, and he goes under the post, rounding it off, dotting it down, and an early advantage for Philippines, 5 points to nil.
What a start to this game for the Philippines. They couldn't have asked for a better start. 5 points up already against the champions of the first leg, but it's a game of sevens rugby. But nonetheless, they've got the score early on. Conversion is successful, so 7 points to nil early on. What a try for the Philippines, really catching the Hong Kong defense on that occasion, the loops going around for them. But I thought the running lines from Philippines was what opened that gap for them to go through. Filipinos will be very happy with that one. 7 points to nil now. Important restart coming up. It looks to go deep and find a bit of grass there. Chasers are up as well. Have a look at the pressure coming in there from Philippines. Fantastic work in defense. Here's Hong Kong, China trying to run out of their own half. Thought there was a slight hand there from the Filipino. Yes, that's the call. Hands in the ruck there.
Hawk-eyed referee somehow managed to spot that. Jivak Fonseca on the near touch line, assisted by Ravin on the far touch line. Hong Kong, China.
First set piece of the game here. Here's Hong Kong, China through Harry Sayers. Still on the move, Harry Sayers shows the hand and just runs over the Filipino defense there. Offloads coming in from Hong Kong, China. Now this is the team that we know. Here's space for Max Denmark. Now gives it out to Callum McCullough, who steps in. Good defense from the Philippines.
Well, he was lucky. I thought so, he was. The looks of it, he went off his feet before he had rights, but having said that, the referee thought otherwise. But great passage of defensive play, and we did see how potent Hong Kong, China are in attack. Paul, their coach, the manager. We all know how good this Hong Kong China team can be, and here you go. In the number 2 jumper, just loses the ball forward in as he was going into contact. Was the number 2 for Hong Kong China. Now it will be a scrum in favor of Philippines. Now they need to get out of jail here.
Well stolen there from Alessandro Nardoni. Good defense once again from the Filipinos. Here's a scrum for the Philippines. Roland Henry takes it up to the 22-meter line. Opting for the kick there, Christian Ledesma, and finds a little bit of space there at the back. And he's got a man chasing up as well. Have a look at that pace and have a look at the defense there. Fantastic work from Jonel. But now Hong Kong, China are running away with it. Good territorial play there from Philippines, but now it's with Hong Kong, China. Offload sticking now. And space on the out, and it's going to be a sprint to the line for Hong Kong, China. After all of that from the Philippines, Julian Barron will go over to score a try for Hong Kong, China. But you really have to take your hat off to the Philippines for that ambitious territorial kick. But the class of Hong Kong, China getting them a score here, 5 points to 7.
Indeed, the class of Hong Kong China prevails as they score their first try of this Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, the Sri Lanka leg of it. The second conversion successful, 7 points to the good. As we have a look at the replay there, after a long passage of play inside their own half, Hong Kong somehow managed to spring the ball wide through their quick hands, and then all got away.
Clear on. Clear on.
Restart collected by Philippines.
Here's Jonel, loses his footing there, off the boot from Philippines, and it's play on. So here's Philippines running away with it. He needs support. The Hong Kong China defense comes in on time. Have a look at that spot tackle there. But somehow they recycle once again. Here's the Philippines. Breaking, releases, gets up once again. It's Ethan Tyler there. Needs someone around him and releases the ball pretty well. And it's advantage coming the way of the Philippines. There was a slight knock on from Hong Kong China. Now numbers. Good spot tackle, good defense once again. Shooting up there. Fong Kit Fang there for Hong Kong China. Outrageous offload there from the Philippines, but still they hold on to possession of the ball.
40.
There was a slight obstruction, but it didn't really obstruct play, but holding on is the call from the referee.
Quite unfortunate, they are the Philippine volcanoes. They did really hard, but now
We got no time for the
Think,
line out. Shall we tap?
they will be
Let's line out. Yeah, one
taking a
more.
quick tap and ending this first half. Or are they? Put the ball into touch to Hong Kong China with one last opportunity
Last
as the
break.
clock has the time has run out on the clock.
There was a good snap off the ball there from Clifford Joe, but the pace of Hong Kong China prevailing there on that occasion stopped that passage of attack from the Philippines. But look at the pace injection there coming in from Harry Sayers, senior man in this Hong Kong China Sevens outfit. Now here's their captain, Max Denmark, still has possession of the ball and now gives it out to Callum McCullough, who will step past that tackle. Easy does it for McCullough, and he'll go under to score for Hong Kong China, and that's exactly why they didn't tap it and kick it out.
Indeed, that's exactly why. It goes to show how good they really are these Hong Kong China players. They backed their decision, and once the man in the corner got that ball, there was no stopping him with his long levers. No chance of wrapping their arms around for the tackler. 14 points to 7. Hong Kong China lead Philippines at the halftime.
$14 points to 7. Hong Kong China lead the Philippines with that last minute try. An interesting half, but an even more interesting second half coming your way. 14 points to 7. Hong Kong, China with the lead going into lemons. But it was the Philippines that started off the scoring. It was a breakaway try there from the Filipino in the number 5 jersey. Dayton Kautai with the score. But then it was Hong Kong, China who got the score right after that and replied in kind through Julian Barron with that score. The Filipinos tried and pierce the Hong Kong China defense, but the defense was too class. Top-notch work from Hong Kong China. Scoring a try there. Callum McCullough with the score to get the lead back for Hong Kong China. Next fixture coming your way is an interesting one. The UAE, the Emiratis will take on Chinese Taipei. Hong Kong China make a mess of the kickoff, and once again right off the bat the Filipinos score. That's a score that will blow the doors wide open for the Filipinos to come right back through. Hamish Henry with the score, and it's 12 points to 14. A try right off the restart for the Philippines. Not even 30 seconds on the clock. They did that in the first half, but they need to keep the intensity going towards the rest of the half. Important conversion from Ledesma, and misses the conversion, so no 2 points, so it will remain 14 points to 12. But what a start for the Philippines.
Indeed, they strike back straight away from that restart there. Catches their opponent's napping as the player in the number 4 jumper sets it off, and Ledesma goes through the heart. So
Your ball.
that's where Hong Kong China were trying to catch their opponent's napping, but well, Philippines got the better out of them.
Yes, Hong Kong China now. Injecting some pace there is Brian Phillip. Brought down on the 40-meter line. Here's Hong Kong China now. James Christie takes it into contact and gets an offload into the try scorer's hand. Callum McCullough. Here's the captain now. Max Denmark gets another offload in. Julian Barron. Well, it's getting a bit repetitive, isn't it? The Filipinos score right off the bat in the start of the half, and Julian Barron in that number 10 jersey bridges the gap once again.
Hong Kong China, the champion outfit they are, they strike back straight away and pull things back. So it's a 2-point ball game, as we beg your pardon. It's a 21-12 as that offload off the ground was which set everything up.
Up. Stop.
Not really sure if Hong Kong China expected this performance from the Philippines. It's a top-seeded team versus the 12th-seeded team, which is the lowest-seeded team, and if the Philippines do put on a performance like this, we're in for an absolute thriller here in Colombo at the racecourse grounds.
Here on.
Restart recollected by Hong Kong China. Now through the hands it goes. Here are their hard hitters. Coming off the bench were a few. In the number 3 jumper, that's Johnny, beg your pardon, number 5 jumper, Harry Sayers gets the offload away, and the scoring is Brian Phillips. He goes under the post, and by the looks of it, that would be the ball game.
Well, they just were in search of possession, weren't they? As soon as they got the ball, they just seemed to know what to do with it. Offload sticking. Just such a well-oiled machine, Hong Kong China. That score coming through Brian Phillip. Conversion is successful, 28 points to 12. Here's a replay of that try once again. A break coming in from Harry Sayers. But then the offloads, it's just a treat to watch, isn't it?
It indeed is a treat to watch, and also the support play from Hong Kong, China. Well, it's on a different level.
Yeah, okay.
That clearly is now
10 seconds.
preparing to kick things off. Is the try scorer Phillips. Puts a high restart. Sayers tries to go up but isn't successful. Retaining possession are the Philippines. Through the hands they go. Flung out of the back door, but the referee he gives a yellow card rather for the number 3 Johnny of Hong Kong, China. Well, in fact, that's for a deliberate knock on. Philippines now with a number. Puts the chip kick in is the number 7. In the number 7 jumper is Moses, but cleaning things up for Hong Kong, China is Liam. Now Liam putting on his magic, gives the scissor to Jamie. He gets the offload away in the number 11 jumper. That's Sebastian. Gives it off to Liam. Liam starts off the play and he comes back to finish things off. And with that, finish Philippines off with about 2 minutes to go on the clock. 33 points to 12. Hong Kong, China running away with it.
Well, they really are the full sevens package in this Asian circuit, aren't they? They've got counter-attack, they've got set-piece, they've got physicality, unmatched physicality. Hong Kong, China. What a score that was. Conversion from Brian Phillips. Is just off the right upright, hits the post. But have a look at this replay. This replay is one for the ages. Step past the first there. Came in on the scissor and came in at pace there, James Christie. Just have a look at that. Broke past that defender. Took the defender on. And got the offload for Sebastian Breen to score that try on the right hand side touchline. What a try from Hong Kong, China. Restart is a contestable one from Hong Kong, China, but they knocked the ball forward. But you really have to take your hat off to the Philippines, don't you? They've put on a show in the last couple of minutes, fatigue setting in. But good effort from the Philippines. 33-12. Wouldn't be happy that they couldn't get the win, but they'd be happy that they've at least started both halves pretty well.
Indeed, they have started on a positive note, you could say, but just not good enough to keep up with this Hong Kong China outfit. As the champions from the first leg are running away with this game. Philippines trying to have the last say in this game. But cleaning things up for Hong Kong China was James Christie. Secures a penalty for his team, does James Christie. Now, will they just tap it and put it into touch? Before that, there is a player on the floor for Philippines. So the referee blows for time to be switched off. As a bit of attention seems to be required by the player who is on the floor. However, he limps back up on his feet.
Well, what an opportunity, isn't it, Romario, for the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, to bring you this live telecast. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series coming to Sri Lankan shows after 8 long years. It's been a long lapse. But we've opened our arms to the rugby playing community of Asia to come and play some sevens rugby. And to be able to bring you these live pictures from Hong Kong, China to the Philippines, from Malaysia to Singapore, and from Japan to China. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you these pictures as Hong Kong, China take this game, the second game of the Group A. Hong Kong, China have stamped their class here in Colombo at the racecourse with a comprehensive victory against the Philippines. Good game all around from them. Really opened the eyes of the other teams. Hong Kong, China 33 points against the 12 points of the Philippines. Have a look at the highlights of the second half. What a half that was. The start was immaculate from the Philippines. It couldn't have started any better. Just took them 20 seconds to go over for a very well-deserved try for their efforts in attack. But from there on, it was just the class of Hong Kong, China, being able to finish off the attacks that they've started. Offload sticking, and they just seem to be a very well-oiled unit. The next game coming your way is going to be an interesting one, but the key stats: Hong Kong, China 33 points against the 12 points of the Philippines, 5 tries against the 2. Interesting match coming up. We'll have a change in the voices in the commentary box. It's Reshwan and Denon to take you through this match.
Thank you, Abid. Games coming thick and fast here at the Asia Rugby Sevens, Emirates Rugby Sevens rather, as we have yet another game on our cards. It's UAE taking on Chinese Taipei here at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025 played here in Colombo. It's the opening game of Pool B. As I welcome Denon to the Combox. A very good morning to you, Denon.
Yes, right before midday, Reshwan. So, interesting match up next. It'll be referee Buki who will be the match official.
It's Japan, Chinese Taipei, who kicked things off. UAE,
Yes, sir.
good position. It will be UAE with the position, taking that tap quickly. Now brilliant offload pass, good collection as well from that big number 5. Returns back the favor to the number 2, and a brilliantly worked try for UAE as they get their first goal in the campaign and in the game.
It was brilliant continuity, Reshwan. Good offload game, good support lines, and points straight away for UAE.
Brilliant from UAE. Just doing what the doctor ordered. It was a brilliant run from the number 5. The offloads were just brilliant. And at the right place, at the right time was the UAE number 2 who goes over the whitewash. 5 points to 0. Is Chinese Taipei will have their work cut out. A good high-hanging restart once again, but not the best of passes from Chinese Taipei, even though that collection was good.
So UAE straight away riding on that momentum they gained. Good restart as well.
UAE will be a man short in the next couple of minutes, Denon. I think that was not the best of calls coming in from the UAE player. Good touch finder, which we normally don't see. Chinese Taipei opting for that, as you see that yellow card infringement. Putting that hand out, and an easy decision for the referee.
Is indeed Taipei just Chinese Taipei just opting a bit of breathing room there. Straight away moved on to the yellow zone. So we'll look forward to build as they trail 7 points. Good grab in that instance. Just moving the ball straight across field. Now good step back inside. Very well tackle. Some good step yet again, trying to keep the ball alive. Good offloads coming in, very well intercepted in that instance by UAE. Yet again, good offload back. They seem to be managing to keep the continuity alive, Reshwan. And 4 players coming in to bring down that big number 1 and taken quickly yet again. Still riding on an advantage. So UAE, they're in their front foot here. Taken quickly yet again. And now the number 7 stepping back inside. Goes straight underneath the post. So UAE wasting no time whatsoever.
Indeed, they are here to play, and well and surely putting Chinese Taipei under a lot of pressure in these opening exchanges. It's 12 points to nil, and mind you, playing with just the 6 men on the park as well. Make that 14 points with a successful conversion. It's UAE who are bossing against this Chinese Taipei outfit.
Let's have a look at that replay. Stepping back inside. And, easy does it for him. Seemed to be a big match here with physicality and skill at the moment. But Chinese Taipei still not out of the game. They have an entire half, a little bit over 2 minutes left. So it's important that they find a good collection and capitalize on the position they already have. We say that yet again a wayward pass intercepted, but regathered by Chinese Taipei. So looking to burn the man on the outside, keeps the ball alive, but left behind for no one to regather. So the UAE with position again, yet again, good power run there by their number 1, setting it up for their players. The captain moves it to midfield, swings it straight across to the number 7, the try scorer. Cutting back inside yet again, trying to keep the ball alive.
Did brilliant from UAE, really keeping hold of position. Chinese Taipei really haven't had any opportunity to try and run at this Philippines Chinese Taipei defense. And now once again a fumble from UAE will give Chinese Taipei an opportunity to try and run at this UAE defense.
UAE very determined to keep the play alive. Some fancy offloads going in. In that instance, just couldn't gather the ball. So they seem to be not opting to form many breakdowns in the game. Want to keep the ball alive and keep maneuvering their defense. Now Chinese Taipei feeding for the scrum. It's playing quite flat. So again, to cut back inside, offload's not going to the hands as well as the does for the UAE players. Yet again, hospital passed almost, but nevertheless, the holding on penalty. So UAE some prime position right before half time.
Did now once again to be UAE will look to try and go over once again. They have really bossed position and done really well in this opening half with around
So they've capitalized on their opportunities really well and managed that first half quite easily. I'd say Chinese Taipei needs to pick up on their defense. As we said, that the captain now getting past their defense, trying to burn it on the outside now. Steps back inside, still on his feet. Throws and wayward offload. Still, but nevertheless, gathered by Chinese Taipei now. UAE scrambling in defense, stepping in. Hand goes out, so it will be most probably another card. Yes, so second time deliberate knock on there.
They did not what UAE would have wanted. They've really played out well in this first half.
Yes, other than the 2 yellow cards, I think they've played quite well, managed the game quite brilliantly so far. Now Taipei yet again with some good position this time around, breaking through the first line of defense. Very well tracked back and caught. Good work at rock time yet again by the number 6. Good work rate shown right before halftime, and their big number 1 just fends off the defense. Looking to go all the way, and he will go straight underneath the post. So another try right before halftime. It's 19 points before the conversion. So UAE seems to be running away with it.
Indeed, running away with it can be understatement as well. Chinese Taipei just haven't been able to get anything right in that first half. But they have a whole half left to try and draw a comeback. That's the UAE skipper in the sin bin for the couple of minutes. That deliberate knock on. But it's a convincing first half performance from UAE, as they will go into the break with a good lead of 21 points to nil, as UAE will want to continue in their merry way in the second half coming up. Once again, live from pictures Resco Stadium out here, as we see the first half from this game between UAE and Chinese Taipei. It's been tough going for Chinese Taipei. It was UAE from the word go who dominated proceedings. They went over on 3 occasions, 3 converted tries in that first half for UAE. And it will be just a matter of another 7 minutes to close this game off for the boys from the Middle East. Next game coming up, it's Japan taking on Thailand in the next game in this Pool B fixture. Japan did finish second up in China, and they'll be taking on Thailand, who did finish 11th in that first leg. Some UAE faithful out there, the women's team as well, watching quite closely the action out here in Colombo. And if you're in and around the vicinity, head your way to the Racecourse Stadium, as Sri Lanka hosting the Asia Emirates Rugby Sevens 2025 after a lapse of 8 years. Live action is Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare, the broadcasting partners for this year's Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series 2025. It's a high-hanging kick from UAE. Not the best of collections from Chinese Taipei, as early on in the second half they have a setback.
Straight away, not what Chinese Taipei would have hoped for. Moving on to the second half as well. UAE yet again in a prime position straight away, just outside the 5 meter.
Indeed, now once again UAE will look to threat this defensive line of Chinese Taipei. Good feed in. Good distribution play from that halfback as well. Good defense coming in from Chinese Taipei. But it might not be enough, as the number 12 from UAE will go over for yet another try in the game. The 4th one, as UAE well and surely running right against Chinese Taipei. 26 points to nil with the conversion to follow.
So Finley Anderson in that instance going over. So it seems like UAE will be the comprehensive winner so far. Chinese Taipei still in the back foot, yet to find their way in this tournament as well, as the conversion is not successful in that instance. So it will remain 26 points to nil. As you can see, Finley Anderson sniping through there, going over.
Brilliantly done by UAE. Probably be back to their initial number as his captain returns for them. As he's into action straight away. Good kick, good collection as well from Chinese Taipei. As now Chinese Taipei really trying to find some answers. Hasn't been easy going for them throughout this encounter against UAE. For them it will get tougher. And in the process they have lost position as well.
Just Taipei again losing position ever so easily. Seem to be quite mismatched there by the physical advantage against them.
Decent crowd in this
Cross.
morning here at the Racecourse Stadium. Surely the atmosphere will pick up as the game goes on, as the day goes on rather.
Ari drive.
Not the best of
Ari drive.
scrums coming in from Chinese Taipei, as now UAE will look to pounce on it and add more to the score. The number 7 who did go over in that first. Keeper. It's 33 points to 0, and the UAE has really done well with the conversions as well. In the 5 tries they have scored, they have just failed on one occasion. As we'll take a look at Mohammad Ali's second try, as he'll be done for this game. He's been taken in, so UAE will look to just shuffle the pack around and bring on some fresh legs to see this game off in the next 2.5 minutes or so.
It again turned over by UAE, so a lot of work to do for Chinese Taipei in that instance. Good dummy there by the captain for the UAE. Good work at rock time, but it again seems to be pouncing on it, and he'll be burning it on the outside. So consolation try coming in for Chinese Taipei. It's the number 11, Yinwu, who will go over for a try now. Finally finding their way in the game is Chinese Taipei, but is it too late, Rishwan?
Indeed, just probably a tad bit too late for Chinese Taipei, but still could take these positives for the games coming up later on for them. 33 points to 7 as a world work try. They really pounced on that mistake by UAE.
There's some brilliant individual performance there by Yinwu, who has done quite brilliantly there.
Indeed, brilliant work for Chinese Taipei. Probably will be a consolation score for them. And the restart not travelling the 10 meters, as UAE will take it quickly once again. Skipper in the thick of action. Fresh legs now. And a high tackle infringement going against Chinese Taipei, as UAE will now look to just settle things around and go in for a scrum. Probably the right decision as well, Denon. Just around a minute left on the clock. They look to see this game off.
Yes, indeed, they've already secured the game as well. So we'll be looking to save some extra bit of energy for the upcoming matches as well. So we have just over 30 seconds left here on our clock.
Cross.
And
Fine.
will be the final feeding, I suppose, for UAE. So yet again another penalty against Chinese Taipei. So they'll have a lot to reflect upon from this game. As UAE now maneuvering the ball across the field. Their captain, good wraparound move there, trying to step past, just lost his footing in that instance. Now Chinese Taipei pouncing on that loose ball. Yet again turned over. So flurry of mistakes going in. So it's an advantage for Chinese Taipei. So it's a penalty taken quickly. Moves the ball. The number 8 finding some space and trying to burn the number 11 of UAE, as he does it ever so easily. So Anting Chen goes over for a try now. Final try of the game, I believe. And they've just bounced back in the second half, but a little bit too late for Chinese Taipei.
Indeed, but still finishing this game off on a high, Chinese Taipei. It was a tough outing for them against a much favoured UAE outfit. But nevertheless, Chinese Taipei could take plenty of positives going into the next 2 games they have today. As the full-time whistle goes off here, it's UAE who clinch victory against Chinese Taipei. 33 points to 14. It was a convincing win, but well and surely Chinese Taipei in that final exchange has tried their best to come back into it. 33 points to 14 reads the full-time score confirmation in favour of UAE.
Here are the highlights of that second half. Muhammad Ali going over. I think UAE managed this game quite brilliantly. Few loose balls here and there, but overall a good performance by them. Some consolation tries coming in for Chinese Taipei, showing up the potential they have in their ranks. As you can see, just that they couldn't hold on to the position they got. Few mistakes early on and they just couldn't bounce back. And have a look at the key stats from that game. UAE 5 tries to Chinese Taipei's 2, 4 conversions, so a good conversion rate as well for UAE. And
indeed, it was a game where Chinese Taipei would have taken a lot of learnings. They will have tougher opponents coming up. But next up we have yet another clash in the Pool B. It's Japan taking on Thailand. And that will well and surely be a very interesting matchup. Japan did finish second up in China. And Thailand did not have the best of the campaigns, as Q Shengangang will be the official who will oversee things in this game between Japan and Thailand. It was Thailand with a high-hanging kick to kick things off.
very well received nevertheless by Japan, as they big hit straight down there in midfield. Running some decoy lines as well, trying to snipe his way through. Desperate defense coming in straight away by Thailand. And here we go. In 2 plays to bring down that strong lad from Japan. Straight away coming up in defense. So Japan seems to be wasting no time whatsoever. Early to pounce on the outnumbers. Good pass straight away.
Release! Release!
Japan hitting right area straight away, finding the gaps in the defense as well. Seems to be a matter of time as they will go over, and it's the number 9 for Japan who will open the scoring. They will draw first blood in this game. So Japan setting their game up quite well in that instance. A few breakdowns here and there, and eventually a very well scored team try, I'd say, Rishwan.
Indeed, it was coming for sure. Japan, the much favoured team coming into this encounter, and well and surely have made justice to the tagline as well. So Japan who have drawn first blood, with the conversion to follow, with an opportunity to add another couple of points. Makes no mistake, That's the 2 points. It's 7 points to nil. As Thailand will have their work cut out against a much favoured Japan outfit. Brilliantly worked try. Going back into the drawing books, coaching staff will be quite proud of it.
Again, a good high-hanging restart in that instance by Japan. Very well contested, but nevertheless gathered in that instance by Thailand. As now they will have possession for the first time in this game. Straight away, big hit at midfield, drawing in some defense now. Overlap there in the corner. Still opting to play it in midfield. Good pressure coming in the ruck as well. Trying to snap his way through. Isolated now. Japan pouncing on it. Says that it's a holding on penalty against Thailand. Still no time whatsoever. Japan takes it quickly. Trying to beat the defense. And some desperate defense coming in now in the far corner. Good. Thailand up in defense. Wayward pass goes to no man. And seems to have knocked it on in that instance by the Japan player. Thailand seem to be coming up in their defense quite quickly, giving no room whatsoever for Japan players to maneuver the field.
That will be how Thailand will have to go with their things against this Japan outfit. Then will be quite tough for them. But still well and surely in it, as we are halfway through to this first half. Japan well and surely have been tested. I think kudos to this Thailand defense who have really stood up strong, and they're really quick to pounce on any opportunity. This Thailand outfit.
Yeah, all the players seem to be quite enthusiastic and very proactive and involved in their defense. Straight away coming up in as soon as the Japan players giving them no room whatsoever to work with. I think that's their strategy in this game. Japan the more favored and slightly to pounce on every opportunity they get. As we say that, again, good defense, some good pressure coming in by the ruck. Almost lost position in that instant, the number 6 for Thailand. Penalty against Japan seems to be a bit too high for the referee's liking. So Thailand with some momentum here. It's 2.5 minutes left here on the clock. They'll be opting for a scrum down just outside that 10 meter.
Thailand would love to go into this break possibly with a score win. Try and level term things. I think that will be the goal at the end of this first half for the boys in yellow. As now Thailand with the feed in. Ops go from the short side. Puts in that kick. Looks like that will be out. And that will be a line out in favor of Japan to follow. Not probably not the best of decision making coming in from Thailand. Didn't
had the right idea to capitalize on the open spaces in the back, but just couldn't execute it as well as they'd hoped to. But nevertheless, Japan now the line out, good throw, good receive, and straight away going to the center field, finding the gap there in that instance is the number 10 for Japan, who will go straight through for the try. And straight away, as we say that, Japan gets the position of the ball, the tiniest of rooms, and they've capitalized with the maximum. So with the conversion to come, it's 12 points to nothing. It's Toma Shiwachi who is the try scorer. Will be hoping to convert it as well. Just proves how potent and threatening Japan is. The slightest opportunity, the smallest gap, the defense They will pounce on it, and the conversion is successful as well. So, little over 30 seconds left on the clock. Take a look at the replay there. Very well received line out. Spotting the gap and good presence of mind to give that quick short pass. And easy does it for the number 10 of Japan. Restart again. Contested. Won by Japan. So good stuff straight away. Not settling for nothing less than what's best for them. As we say that right before halftime, they seem to be reaching for one more try just to put the game at rest, and they will get that desired score, Ishwan. So 19 points to nil. The number 12 going over.
Did a brilliant work from Japan. This was expected. Koga getting his first try in the leg and in the game as well. Japan, a 3-try first half for them, as they will really go into that break with a lot of ease coming up in that second half. Conversion yet to be made. This time around successful. 21 points to nil as Japan they go into the break with 3 converted tries. And as you see the halftime score confirmation, Japan 21, Thailand yet to get off the mark. Back live here at the Race Course Stadium. If you're just tuned in, it's the game between Japan and Thailand, where Japan have absolutely ran right in that first half with 3 converted tries, which makes Thailand's life a lot more difficult coming up in that second half.
Japan were very good at pouncing on every little opportunity they got, Rishwan, in that first half. Thailand did manage to showcase some good defensive efforts, but Japan's attack just a bit overpowering in that instance. So important second half coming in for Thailand. Vital that they get a score in if they want to keep this game alive for themselves.
Next game coming up, it's the hosts Sri Lanka taking on Uzbekistan in the opening game of the men's Pool C fixture, as the host will want to put on a show in front of the home crowd here at the Racecourse Stadium. Sri Lanka led by the Candy speedster Kavinda Pereira finished 4th up in China. They'll well and surely want to do much better here at home. A lot will be expected, but before that it will be the second half. The game between Japan and Thailand. It's Japan who kicks things off for this second half.
Is Japan a bit too over-eager in that instance? So, good opportunity for Thailand now. Be taking a quick tap. The way we switch directions to good fend off and good hands yet again, keeping the ball alive. Thailand thought they were settled, but yet again a wayward pass. As we say that, Japan yet again pouncing on that loose ball. referee has blown the whistle, so he'll call back play. Tad bit forward for the referee's liking. So Thailand living on some thin ice.
Indeed, Japan really will look to continue their dominance here against this Thailand outfit. Hasn't been quite easy out there. It's hot and humid. We have had plenty of showers throughout the week. The weather will play a big part in this day one. Once again, we look at that incident. Good feed in there from Thailand. Gets that ball out. Quickly out to the speedster. We look to try and get past this Japanese defense. But a thumping tackle as Japan have done well to turn over proceedings. Once again, Thailand. Just like that first half, then and they have doing the plenty of defensive work.
Now Japan can overlap in the corner. Stepping back inside is the number 7. Cuts through 3 defenders. Now goes over the number 1. So Japan, as I mentioned earlier, the slightest opportunity they get, they pounce on it, and they will go over straight under the post for their 4th try. The conversion to come. So it's Takia who will go over for that try. A very well-oiled Japan outfit. Just making easy work so far of Thailand. Who've just been the best versions of themselves in terms of attack. Even though the scoreline reached 26 points, I think they have done quite well to keep this Japan team in bay. Just Japan a bit too good in that instance. Straight away.
Indeed, they did come with that tagline of the runners up in China in the first leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025. So well and surely they look to impress here as well. And they have started off in good fashion. 28 points to nil now, and they look to add more to it and make that 33 points with the conversion to follow in quick time.
It's good contest in the restart. Regathering position as soon as they can. Ugira will go over for the try. Japan making easy work of Thailand. It's just that they seem to be managing this game quite well. Showing a lot of skill. It's their position in the tournament as well. Conversion unsuccessful, but nevertheless 33 points and the game to their name.
Indeed, it's the first conversion that did not go through for Japan. Once again, just dominating proceedings from the word go. And not the best of collections from the restart, but nevertheless all secured by Thailand, and that too will probably be a very important call coming in from the referee. He straight away goes to the pockets. He had no hesitation, as Japan will be reduced to just the 6 men on the park for the next couple of minutes.
Let's take a look at that incident. They're jumping for the ball, so big touch and go, but nevertheless that restart rush one, it's almost like Thailand didn't contest for the receiving ball. So a good effort coming in there by the Japan player. Now Thailand with the numbers advantage. Little under 3 minutes left on the clock. They'll be hoping to get some points on the board.
Once again, good feed in from Thailand, but just not able to get hold of that offload pass. A chance that would have really given Thailand an opportunity to try and get us going, but that's not been the case.
Just trying to use that extra man advantage in the corner, trying to get the loop in with that numbers advantage, but nevertheless just couldn't hold on to position. Japan again with opportunity, switching things over straight away in midfield. Now with an opportunity, cutting back inside is the big number 2 for Japan, and almost finding a gap. The number 3 easy does it for him. Brilliant stuff. They enjoyed it in the bench as well. So Japan making very easy work in this second half, as definitely identified the defense, the gaps in the defense of Thailand, pouncing on it ever so easily. 38 points with the conversion to come as well.
Indeed, 38 unanswered points as well. This time around, make it 40 points for Japan. Well and surely in prime position. They would like to add more points into it, as they will be back to their initial number of 7 players as well. So Thailand will be kicking themselves down and not being able to get any advantage from being a man up. But it's always tough against an opponent like Japan, who are surely one of the favourites out here in the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025. And as we speak, it's yet another try for Japan, and well and surely running away with it in quick time are the Japanese.
Shows exactly why they are in the top 2 of the tournament as well. Straight away from the restart, gathering the ball, pouncing on the loose. Using every single movement to their advantage, and so it's 47 points nil, and it'll be full time. So a very comprehensive and dominating performance by Japan, capitalizing on opportunities they got, making no mistakes in defense as well. Keeps the opponents to 0 as it's a full-time confirmation. Japan 47 points to nil against Thailand.
Indeed, a convincing win for the Japanese here. 47 unanswered points, and they have started off this campaign in quite fashion as well. As we take a look at the second half performance from Japan, they did really dominate from the word go, and have surely will be one of the front runners to finish on the top here in Colombo as well. Thailand will have their work cut out in the next couple of games they have today. They will have to take plenty of learnings from their next 2 games. Japan into that game with a try as well to conclude a convincing win for them. Weather just holding up well here in Colombo, as the host running out to the middle, as we'll have a change in the voice.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As we're just about to see host Sri Lanka taking on Uzbekistan. Sri Lanka coming out for the first time in this tournament. Did reasonably well in that first leg to enter the semi-finals. They'll be looking for a repeat of that at the very least. The good news from Sri Lanka's point of view is the man who is going to take the kickoff, veteran Srinath Suryabandara, back in the squad. Joining me in commentary is Sudarshana Piris as Surya Bandara kicks off. Lovely hanging kick. Knocked back well into Surya's hands. Pops it off to Ekanaika. That's Chatura Soiza. Sri Lanka, good start here. Keeping the ball alive. Jansen, another new addition to this Sevens outfit as bit of a delayed pass by the skipper, resulting in the position being turned over. Now it's Uzbekistan recycling the ball, making that initial break. Nice offload. Sri Lanka scrambling for defense, but penalized for a high tackle. Uzbekistan take the quick tap. On the move is their number one. Will he be able to go over? Yes, it's Uzbekistan who draw first blood. Sri Lanka paying the price for not holding on to possession. And Uzbekistan quick to pounce on it. And they'll take an early 5 points to nil lead.
It was brilliant play by Uzbekistan, taking control of the ball when they could, and also using their bigger physical traits to try and break through the defenses of the closer quarters. Abdullah, Sri Lanka did have something very positive going, but couldn't get the finishing touches, as that's a beautiful conversion. 7 points. And straight away Uzbekistan in front.
Yes, well, it just shows how important possession is going to be in this game. Sri Lanka will want to try and avoid contact as much as possible. Keep the ball alive, but just that one missed pass, paying the price. Kickoff started once again. Sri Lanka with possession. Janinder Dilshan making a half break. Brilliant bit of work by Kazakhstan. Turning position over once again. Or rather Uzbekistan, pardon me. As Sri Lanka have managed to turn position. Again, just not being able to get the ball out was Sri Lanka's keeper, but Sri Lanka have done well to retain position. They've got to make it count now as the Jensen gets it out to Surya Bandara, offloads well. So far, Uzbekistan's defense has stood strong, and that counter-arc resulting in a knock-on. So there's early few exchanges to Sudarshana. Sri Lanka, though having position, just haven't been clinical enough to get over that first line of defense, and Uzbekistan have made them pay.
The timing of that counter pressure was sublime, putting pressure on Surya Bandar, who was trying to retreat and distribute the ball. Now Sri Lanka will have to put on a good defensive effort here, try and disrupt this as Uzbekistan to their dangerous number 12. Cut out pass, not to hand but on the bounce. Dinali Kanaika managing to tackle the man on the outside for Uzbekistan, looking to create a little chip and a chase. Nobody chasing, but that's going to be a penalty.
It looks like the referee has educated that's going to be a 22 dropout.
Stay on side. Stay on side, please. Thank you. Pick up behind.
So Surya Bandara
Let's go, guys.
just not quite sure of playing Kavindu Pereira in that center position, isn't it, Sudarshana? Plays has been really in that wing position most of his career. Now an opportunity for him to make amends. Breaks that first tackle, does well to hold on to possession. Sri Lanka recycle the ball, but they need someone to create something in that middle. It's Akash Madhushankar. Again, Sri Lanka slow to the breakdown, and brilliant work by Uzbekistan's number one, pouncing on that breakdown and winning the penalty.
Sri Lanka have been bogged down to their 20 to 30 meters in their own half for far too long. Abdullah, and Uzbekistan is doing absolutely well to make sure that they keep piling pressure. They've gotten the 7-point lead, and they will be looking to try and double this in very close succession. 2 minutes to go in this game, in the first half. As the crowds fill up, it's fabulous, isn't it? After almost more than half a decade, we have Asia Rugby Sevens coming in. Of course, there was the pandemic break, which resulted in not many rugby being there as we speak. Sri Lanka managing to win that line out. Madhushankar spreading the ball in the corner is the skipper. Has Ekanaik on the outside. Ekanaik cutting back inside, dancing away from tackles. He can surprise you with his speed, but Uzbekistan is privy to that. Brilliant defensive effort from them. Madhushankar. Now Sohisa makes it available. Dilshan. Jansen. Sri Lanka not being able to break the defense. I'm wondering why nobody has decided to put the ball behind Uzbekistan, because they do have the speed and the runners to try and chase that. Now Madhushankar
Back pass by Green. Play on.
opts for the boot, but not successfully. Position won again by Sohisa. Kavindu, Dilshan, Ekanaika, Jansen, going from end to end without being able to break the defense. Surya Bandara. Kavindu changes direction. They're almost at a standstill. Sri Lanka happy to slow it down, but good rough defense, bringing out the error.
Yes, and I just don't quite comprehend what Sri Lanka is trying to do here.
Time off.
Just by slowing the pace down, they're just playing right into Uzbekistan's hands. See the officials there, newly elected president of Sri Lanka Rugby, Pavitra Fernando. Just don't think tactically Sri Lanka have been smart enough in this first half, is it, Sudarshana? Just very static in the way they have gone about it. And also there seems to be surprising a lack of penetration in midfield, isn't it? They just haven't been able to get through that first line of defense. Spectators slowly making their way here to the race course. Expect the crowd to build up as the evening comes on. So just probably the final play of this first half. Sri Lanka surprisingly find themselves down 7 points to 0, but you have to give a lot of credit to Uzbekistan. They've definitely shown a lot of patience. Feed into the scrum. Recycled once again, Uzbekistan. Just looking at their options. Lovely wraparound move. Fortunately that the ball not going into position. Ekanaika does brilliantly well. Sri Lanka need to finish strong here in this first half. An opportunity to do so. Spreading the ball wide. Akash. Fortunately just running across, and it's that man, Srinath Surya Bandara. Eventually on the stroke of to the relief of all spectators here at the race course, well, the Sri Lankan ones at least. Surya Bandara himself tried to add the extra points, which he has no trouble in doing so. So after a pretty lackluster first 6.5 minutes, Sri Lanka going to half-time 7 points all.
Sri Lanka will be very relieved, and half confirmation 7-all.
So we're back here at the race course. It's 7 points all. Let's just take a look at the half-time, first half highlights. It's Uzbekistan who drew first blood. They looked very threatening from then on, but then just on the stroke of half-time, Srinath Surya Bandara pulling things back for the horse to go in at half-time at 7 all. So this is the next fixture coming up. China versus Singapore. The other two teams in this Group C along with Sri Lanka. Probably have to say China, who emerged in third place in that tournament they hosted about a month ago, will go in as favourites. But before that, we definitely have a game on here. The Uzbeks have definitely put in a really good shift in that first half. It'll be interesting to see whether they'll be able to kick on from there. Uzbekistan's number 10 to kick off. Lovely high hanging kick, brilliantly taken by Chatra Soiza. It's Uzbekistan who have managed to win position over on the short side. Janidu Dilshan read it really well, but Sri Lanka have done well to turn position over. Got to get the ball out wide. They have numbers. That's a really poor distribution. Fortunately, no harm done. Gayan Pereira does well to keep position alive. This is much better by Sri Lanka. They just need to get a bit of penetration in midfield. Dange, the newcomer to this outfit. Jansen creating a one-on-one situation for Janidu Dilshan. Wonderful bit of footwork, and he will go over for Sri Lanka's second try. And Sudarshan, I think that's what Sri Lanka need to do much more. Just create those one-on-one situations. They do have the advantage of some very skillful runners, but they've got to give those runners a bit of space.
The Sri Lanka now really coming into groove. Seems like they had that first game jitters of a tournament within that first 7 minutes, Abdullah. Second half, they earned the right to go wide. Earlier, what they were trying to do was just swing from side to side and hope there would be opening coming. But now, they've shaken it up. Some of them, despite being young, brilliant work by Janidu Dilshan in that corner. Lovely bit of step and has the speed to finish it as well. Goes all the way and puts Sri Lanka in front.
Yes, I think what we've just seen is Sri Lanka need to try and keep the ball alive easily. They don't want to go into too many breakdown situations because Kazakhstan very strong in that facet of the game. And that's a poor kickoff. Not quite sure what Sri Lanka actually needed. Maybe Gayan could have let that ball bounce to see if it went over the 10-meter mark. Nonetheless, it's the Uzbeks who will have an opportunity to draw level.
Backwards.
Chatra Soiza, good defensive work. He lies for offside. It was a knock on. The Uzbek player was not behind the player who knocked the ball on. So Sri Lanka have taken the quick tap. Jansen getting out to Dange. And that's Gayan Pereira. Just a little bit of injection of pace Sri Lanka needed in midfield. And Gayan Pereira has definitely brought that, has been outstanding for Sri Lanka. Not just in that first leg, but even in that under-27s tournament. Real good addition to this Sevens outfit as conversion is successful.
Yeah, great prospect for Sri Lanka, isn't it, Gayan Pereira? Young, has speed and has a very good head on his shoulders as well. Realize he just doesn't need that no argue to connect because he had the pace to go through. Gets Sri Lanka's third. The Lions happy. 21 points to 7. Now Sri Lanka slowly but surely running away with it.
This is good by Sri Lanka. Good pressure being applied. Kazakhs under a bit of pressure, but they've managed to find a bit of width, keeping the Sri Lankan defense flat-footed. Jansen just not being able to make that tackle first time. The Uzbeks, they have numbers out wide. Someone's got to straighten the line and get it out. But Sri Lanka have done well to scrap back in defense. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Lovely bit of footwork by the Uzbek number 9. And Uzbekistan have struck back.
Mohammad Kalandrov, that time, the try scorer. Good bit of footwork by them, creating that opportunity, and just like that, 14 points to 21, one score away, Uzbekistan. So Sri Lanka can't relax. They need to finish strong this second half if they want to win. Great game on our hands because Uzbekistan managed to upset and unsettle Sri Lanka with that opening score, Abdullah. And first half it was just as 2 tries scored, 1 from each. So they will want to make sure that they finish off strong. For the lack of the pace that they have, Uzbekistan, they do have a couple of very nippy players who can create trouble by stepping, but Sri Lanka says not today. As Chatur Soisa is taking a little stroll to the try line. Error soon after you score. Teams are very vulnerable the moment they score, and yet again Uzbekistan, lack of concentration, and Chatur Soisa takes a stroll.
Yes, you just sense that the Uzbeks thought that since the ball may not go over the 10-meter line, it will just drop short of Soisa, but it wasn't the case. Conversion not successful, but nonetheless Sri Lanka had 26 points to 14. As we have a look at that once again, just a bit of lack of alignment, and a brilliant correction by Chatura Soisa. Looked up, saw that no one was in front of him, and strolled over for Sri Lanka's 4th try. Now this is an area where Sri Lanka really need to try and brush up going forward. Another poor kickoff.
You got to really nail that, isn't it? A very important facet of the game when it comes to sevens, your kickoffs. That's where the better teams really capitalize.
So the Uzbeks with possession. Referee has his hands out for a penalty. High tackle is the call, so we'll come back for the penalty. The Uzbeks take the tap quickly. They realize that they don't have much time. Position recycled, but the clock is running down. Sri Lanka's defense standing tall thus far. And position has been turned over. Sri Lanka do well to hold on to position. And Jansen says that's enough. So that's the end of the first game. After a rather slow start, Sri Lanka eventually coming out as victors. 26 points to 14. It was 7-all at halftime, so not the best of performances, but Sri Lanka will be pretty pleased by the fact that they have managed to notch up a win. Always the first game of the tournament can be a pretty difficult one, and it proved to be so for the Sri Lankans. But they'll be pretty pleased with the way the game ended. And just awaiting the commencement of the next game. It will be the teams that Sri Lanka will face in their remaining 2 games. That's China and Singapore. Just waiting for those two teams to get on the field as we have a look at the highlights of the game. Sri Lanka did start off slowly, but put in a good shift in that second half. So that's how it ended. The key stats: 4 tries to 2, 26 points to 14. And you have to say, Sudarshana, Sri Lanka will take that after that, how the way the first half ended.
Yeah, definitely. I think Uzbekistan will be the more disappointed side because they did show promise in the first half, and had Sri Lanka bothered, had they managed to score another try, that would have been absolutely brilliant for them. But Sri Lanka will be happy on the result, but will want to brush up on their start and also especially on their kickoffs. Another Pool C encounter, China taking on Singapore in this second Pool C encounter. First for the day for both these teams as well. China, Bing, Wen, Han, Liu, Hu, Gao, Ma, Fan, Xing, Zhang, Wang and Yi.
Singapore, yes, will not be able to tell the Singapore team as referee Ishankar Bekon from Sri Lanka will take control of the game. So China came third in the tournament they hosted few weeks back. Will want to make it into that semi-final at the very least once again, and it will be they who will kick off. Nice hanging kick, but Singapore do manage to win possession. China penalized for a high tackle. Looks like Singapore will want to try and slow the game down as much as possible. Not quite sure going to touch will be an option because from what we see, China definitely have their height advantage. Loose pass, but well gathered by number 11. Position recycled. Singapore doing well to keep the ball alive, but they're constantly on the back foot and under an enormous amount of pressure. And eventually they have knocked the ball on. And China have pounced on that loose ball and have gone under the post for the first try.
Good work by China, and this is the quality that they have, which have taken them to that third position. Chong Ma, that time the try scorer, getting his 4th try of the series, scored 3 tries in the home leg.
Yes, China pretty much focused purely on the sevens format. They do not play 15-a-side rugby, so have put all their eggs into this basket, being an Olympic sport. You know how serious they take it.
Absolutely, it's brilliant that sevens was admitted into the Olympic Games, isn't it, Abdullah? That really changes the interest around the globe for it when it becomes a medal sport. And the Asian Games are coming up next year as well, 2026 in Japan. So that's going to be a focus for many of these teams. And this tournament, they will make it as a pedestal where they can build up from, they get a glimpse of the opposition and the opponents that they have to play against. China, of course, has been a rising force in this format of the game in the continent. They do have the luxury of very tall players in their ranks as well, Abdullah. So the restart is going to be a crucial weapon that they use, and they have used that in their home leg as well, finishing 3rd.
A loose pass once again by China, again on the back foot, but they managed to retrieve possession. Again breaking that first line of defense. China go on the short side. Comfortably over, it seems, the number 6. Liu goes in for China's second try.
Liu touching down for his second of the series. China does not have the luxury of their highest try scorer from their home leg, Chang Shangshan, who touched down 4 times in this squad, but they have managed to find plenty of resources around the park. This time it came through Liu touching down for his first.
Yes, once again you can see Singapore very narrow in defense. A lot of players committed to the breakdown. Just that one-on-one situation so close to the line. There's only going to be one number 6 who was going to be a winner of that, and it was Liu who went over. China restart the game. Another nice hanging kick, but Singapore have done really well to turn position over. Penalized for playing the ball on the ground. So China take the quick tap. They'll want to play this game at a reasonable pace. Once again using their big players. Singapore struggling to bring these Chinese players down to the deck. And an unforced error by number 7 of China.
Zheng Hu that time losing the ball forward, but good defensive pressure by Singapore, who have managed to hold their fort, except for the couple of occasions China managed to run away despite the physical mismatch. They've been disciplined in defense. They haven't given away too many penalties, but with possession in hand, Abdullah, I'd rather prefer Singapore to play away from these physical Chinese counterparts.
That's much better by Singapore's number 6, taking the ball into contact, but he has players back supporting him. Now Singapore just need to try and create a bit of room for themselves. Spreading the ball out wide, but China's defense really well organized. So Singapore doing well. Referee has his hands out for an offside. Now a one-on-one situation. There's no advantage, so they'll come back for the offside infringement by China, but that's good by Singapore. Some good quick recycle ball, putting a bit of pressure on the Chinese defense, resulting in that penalty. Can understand Singapore taking their time, just running the clock down, deciding to go to touch.
And it's a very decent touch at that. Abdullah brings play into the 40 meters of China. This is a place where Singapore haven't been able to come for the past 6+ minutes.
Yes, now the interesting thing, Sudarshan, is going to be this line out, isn't it? Just when they line up head of the line out, you can see the disparity in the height. And China have done well to disrupt. Turn position over.
Advantage over.
China spreading the ball out wide. And it's the center 3/4. Number 17, who goes over for the third try.
Yi touches down for China's last in the first half. Some good work, all due to the shape that they held in that line out, isn't it? They were defending the line out, but the moment they got it, the backs, they occupied the entire field, really stretching the Singaporean defense, and they had all the pace they needed as well. Zheng Yi botches the conversion, but that will not hurt China. 19 points to nil into the half time, and they'll be in a very comfortable position.
Yes, they will. But again, Sudarshan, you just have to wonder that option of going to the line out. Is if we're talking about the height disparity of both teams, need to try and keep the ball alive is Singapore. I don't think they can afford to go to set pieces or go into too many breakdown situations. So that's how it is at half time. China comfortably ahead, 19 points to nil. Very pleasant conditions here at the race course. We're going for a quick commercial break and join you in time for the second half. So welcome back to the second half. Just have a look at the first half highlights. Singapore, although initially winning position, just couldn't hold on to it, and from the in-swing knock-on, China pouncing on it. And from then on, China just managed to continuously pile on the pressure. 3 unanswered tries, with the final try on the stroke of halftime after a lost line out by Singapore, enabling China to take a comfortable lead, 19 points to nil at halftime.
Next up, India taking on Indonesia in the women's Pool D fixture. Indian women's team have absolutely impressed in their opening showing. Very impressive work, and the development that goes in India, really lifting their standards. Singapore with the kickoff.
It's comfortably taken by their big man, number 7, Zhen Hu. But unfortunately, it's been knocked on. So Singapore with an opportunity here.
Singapore really need to make sure that they hold on to possession and avoid that contact area. We did see that there were some nippy campaigners. The ball wasn't in when it was out of. So the ball did not go through the channel, so they'll have a refeed. Singapore this time successfully retain position from that scrum. Going to contact. Fortunately, number 11 just trying to pick the ball up, but not successful, so it's a knock-on. No advantage. Five and a half minutes to go in this half, and Singapore, if they want to try and think of a comeback, they need to score, and they need to score fast.
China with the feed, comfortably win position, spreading it out wide. Lovely step. China have done well to get over that first line of defense. Now they look to try and play the game with a little bit of width. Again, Singapore just obstruction seems to be the call at that breakdown. So quick tap taken by China. Singapore hanging in there, but China very much in control. Bit of a loose pass, but well gathered. Unfortunately, knocking the ball on. Singapore need to make it count from here. This is the best opportunity for them to try and create something, but there is no advantage by the looks of it. So referee has called them back for the scrum.
Well, despite the clear physical mismatch, Singapore have been absolutely determined when it comes to their defensive effort, looking to put China under pressure. They understand the fact that the big Chinese units are getting a little tired, despite it being nice and gloomy. It's very, very humid here at Racecourse. Players will be thankful for the lack of sun, but the humidity is very, very high up the land. Also, there is rain forecasted for the evenings. We really hope that they stay away, but when it does come down, it can be the greatest leveler against most of these teams, and we can expect a couple of upsets coming in the evening.
Yes, well, Sri Lanka will be up against this Chinese outfit at 9:50 p.m. So let's hope that the weather gods are kind to us, and there is no rain as Singapore retain possession. Short pass, but not being able to make much inroads. Again, a lot of pressure applied at the breakdown. Very slow, static ball, giving time for China to realign in defense. Singapore, nice offload by number 11, but Chinese defense coming back. Position turned over, and then again China knocking the ball on. It's interesting, Sudarshan. A bit of fatigue seems to be setting into the Chinese lads as well.
Yeah, brilliant work by Chong Yong Teng from Singapore, throwing himself around. Still, it's never easy, and Singaporeans have been putting in a very dedicated effort in this second half to keep the game scoreless. Just need to find that impetus and venom to penetrate this Chinese defensive effort, because some of them you can see, like you mentioned, have look like they're fatigued. It's difficult to try and adjust to this humidity, Abdullah, because you can't see the sun, and it's despite it being very gloomy, it takes the zap out of you. And China, finding it out the hard way, will be better prepared come the next game, because it's always a learning experience when you travel for these multi-day tournaments.
Field to the scrum by Singapore. Again, losing position. Wonderful counter ruck by China. Win the penalty. Hands in the ruck is the call. China now looking to spread it wide. And they will go over for their first try of this second half. Han putting the finishing touches to the turnover position, and that will be China's fourth try. Have to say Singapore have hung in there valiantly, but fortunately losing possession, and against an unstructured defense, China make maximum use of it to go over for their fourth try. Conversion not successful, so score will remain at 24 points to nil with just around 90 seconds remaining. Turnover of position, and China quick to spread the ball out wide for Han to put the finishing touches. Now once again China this time not reaching the 10-meter mark, so it will be a free kick for Singapore.
Singapore will be looking to try and get their attacking prowess moving, because yes, this game may be done, but got two more games coming up.
Singapore would dearly love to get a try before this game ends. They have an opportunity as we approach the final minute of this game. You can see China very focused, but that's a wonderful swerve by Singapore's number 12. Unfortunately, just does not have the pace, and China quick to pounce on that loose ball. Once again, the quick tap taken. China breaking one tackle. Spreading the ball out wide. Long floating pass. Wonderful sidestep by number 5. Still a bit of work to do. Looks like he has knocked the ball on. And that's it, according to Ishana Bekon. Singapore, much better performance in that second half, just conceding the one try. But nonetheless, it's China who emerge comfortable victors, 24 points to nil. And they'll be pretty pleased with how this game ended. Maybe not totally the performance per se, but overall, I think they'll be pretty happy that they managed to get the all-important win. As we have a look at the highlights of this first half, it'll probably be just Han's sole try. Good plucky defensive effort by the Singaporeans. These are key stats. So it's 4 tries to nil. 2 of the tries converted. And that's how it'll end in favor of China. So Sudarshan, it's going to be interesting, isn't it, how China match up against Sri Lanka. That could be the key factor, but don't rule out the Uzbeks as well, isn't it? If anything that we saw them putting up against Sri Lanka, that China-Uzbekistan game could be a really interesting affair. As we prepare for the next game, it's India versus Indonesia in the women's segment, and we'll have a change of commentary.
India taking on Indonesia in the women's segment, the second round of women's matches. India, of course, coming off a victory against the United Arab Emirates, and of course Indonesia suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Japanese women sevens team. They look to try and make amends against this Indian outfit who looks very strong. Joining me in the commentary box is Khadija. Good afternoon to you, Khadija.
Good afternoon to you, Abid.
India, of course, have Patil, Yadav, Guj, Kumari, Shukla, Rai, and Kaur. Shukla, of course, scored 2 tries rather in that previous game. And we look to try and continue her good form in this game against the Indonesian sevens team. India have had a really good sevens story so far in the women's segment. Men's, they haven't been able to rank up against the big guns, but for a country that has slowly but surely got their rugby up and running, the women's team has done extremely well. Referee for this game is Christabel Lim. Indonesia with ball in hand to kick things off in this encounter.
Yes, Abid. They're all ready for the kickoff now. There goes the whistle. Nice kickoff. Very deep kick. Well received by India. They're going quite strong in contact. Opted for the short side, and let's see. And I think that's an easy try, Abid. Oh, I think I spoke too soon. There we go. With the support play. Passes. Good hands and spots the gap. Number 7. And there we go. Number 2. Shikha Yadav goes in for the first try of India and Indonesia. 5-0 with the conversion following.
Good try there for Shikha Yadav from India. Good work from India to run the ball all the way to the other end of the park. Conversion is successful, so good start for the Indians in this game. Indonesia, of course, lacking in defense a bit there, but you can't take anything away from this Indian outfit. They look to be a well-oiled machine, and they seem to know exactly where the try line is. On that occasion, it was Shikha Yadav going over to score a try. Just 1.5 minutes gone on our clock. Important restart coming up for India.
And there we go. For the second restart kick. Well received by, I wouldn't say well received because they let it bounce, but there you go. Lack of depth, Abid, with the attack. India's defense quite creeping in. It's hard for Indonesia to manage and keep ball position. Like I said, India's back with the ball. And there we go. Shikha, yet again, for her second try for India against Indonesia.
Good defensive effort, I thought, from India on that occasion. Shikha Yadav, 2 tries in this match and 2 tries in this leg so far. What a start she's having in this game, the second game of the day for them, as it's converted 14 points to nil. India take the early lead, but I thought it was fantastic defense from India to really shut out all the options for Indonesia. That's something that they will have to work on. Same thing happened in the game against Japan, where they really ran riot against the Indonesian team. But when this Indonesian team has ball in hand, they can spark something. So we'll see what they can spark as they receive the ball from the restart.
Still a bit. With Indonesia, the only thing that they lack is the depth, I would say, because in attack for sevens, they should be quite in depth so that the defense would be beaten, because their running lines would not be quite accurate the whole match. Indonesia still holding composure
Leave now, no!
and ball position. But India's defense seemed really good. Tackle on tackle.
Roll fast. Tap, tap. Please tap. Come on, India!
Not rolling away penalty coming the way of the Indonesians. Like you mentioned, depth is something that Indonesia will have to work on. They've got physicality, as you can see there, with a big hit there. But a team that has a lot of potential here, but the Indian defense is right up there.
Yes, Abid, physicality itself would not win sevens. They're supposed to keep... Oh, there you go. India gains ball position, and there we go, man on the outside. Amazing offload and continuous ball play, I would say, from India. And that's Domini Marndi for the third try for India. It's quite amazing how they play.
Well, the ability to turn defense into attack there. Third try coming in for the Indians. Really making easy work of this Indonesian team. Kick missed, but that wouldn't really matter because they've got the scores to go with it. Have a look at the strength there. In that number 4 jump was Arti Kumari, and passed it on to the try scorer Marndi, who went over under the sticks. Third try for the Indians.
Abid, look at their composure. How composed India is, even with the defense that Indonesia is holding them up against. There we go, the restart kick, well received by Indonesia this time. That's a clean pass.
Roll away now.
Basics, really. India back with the ball. That's quite amazing how they gain possession of the ball during breakdowns. That's something that Indonesia really has to work on. And that's number 13, Kalyani Krishant. Wow, well. Look at India with much of ease, I would say. With only 55 seconds on the clock.
They played a very good half so far indeed. India 24 points already. Second try in this leg for Patil. Conversion this time has the direction but not the distance, so it will remain 24 points to nil. We'll have a look at the replay of that try. Have a look at the in the number 9 jersey, the try scorer Marley taking the ball up to the defense, drawing the last man. The last player was drawn in very well there. They've been very good with ball in hand, India. Restart this time. Doesn't travel the 10 meters, so it will be a short arm penalty for Indonesia on the halfway mark. Indonesia now first real attacking opportunity in this game so far. They've not had a lot of possession of the ball. India have done very well to turn over possession so far in this game. Now here's the opportunity for Indonesia to spark something, but India come away with it. Good defense from the Indians, and once again they turn defense into attack. Here's the try scorer Marndi on the corner. Naik came around on the loop. Knock-on advantage coming the way of the Indians. Here's India. 2-on-2 situation here, but finding the gap and going right through it was Nirmalya route for India. 5th try in this half already. They're really running away with this game. The Indonesians don't have any answers to the attacks that the Indians are putting against them. First try in this leg for Rout. Gets a very good score for the Indians. 31 points to nil now with the conversion going through, and it's half time here. Good half from the Indians. In their perspective, they'll be very happy with that. At half time here at the racecourse grounds, it's India 31 and Indonesia 0, yet to open their duck and break their duck rather and get their first score. India 31 points to nil here against Indonesia. These are the first half highlights. First try for India was a well-worked try. The number 2, Shika Yadav. This was her second try in the game. Really strong ball carrier. That lady has a lot of strength in her legs. Went under the sticks twice, but I thought this was the pick of the tries here. Have a look at the stepping. But before this try, there was a lot of work in defense that India had to do to turn defense into attack, and the ability to be able to really put the foot on the accelerator when necessary. India have done that fantastically well so far in this half. 31 points to nil. And as their neighboring country, Sri Lanka, we could be really proud that we've got a country like India that is very dear to us, really getting in the rugby scene. It's 31 points to nil with 7 more minutes to go in this half.
Yes, Abhi, then that's the kick off for the second half. India really seems to be quite fast in their defense. That pressure is getting on to Indonesia. But Abid, one thing I've seen is that India manages to keep their composure even in defense. They're quite explosive in their attack.
Interesting point you make there, Khadija. They haven't let Indonesia still go across their gain line, which they've done very well. The UAE, of course, did score a try against them, but they've really kept this Indonesian attack at bay. Have a look at that once again. Composed in defense, shooting up when necessary. Good tackle coming in there from Amandeep Kaur.
And still Indonesia doesn't manage to quite get out of their red zone. Still moving back. Unable to gain position because of how amazing India is in their defense. And like I said, there you go.
Numbers on the outside for the Indians. Very good work once again at the breakdown. Putting in the numbers when they had to. Saw that there was just one Indonesian player there. Really broke that ruck. And at the breakdown, India have been very good and they score another try. And it's that girl in the number 10 jersey, Nirmalya Raut, going over for her second try in this game. Conversion is successful as well. Fantastic work from the Indians. They've got all the skills that you need to possess in the sevens format. 38 points to nil. Have a look at a replay of that try. The try really was created in the frame before that, where they turned the ball over at ruck time. But Nirmalya Raut going over for another try for the Indians.
Not the best of receiving. It's quite messy and scrappy, I would say, but Indonesia still holding possession. The breakdowns are where they have to. There you go. India back with the possession. Beautiful passes. It's all about the numbers, and look at the cutting edge. Amazing. Then that's number 13. Kalyani Krishna, yet another try for India. And that sets them in a very comfortable position, Abid, actually. 43 points to nil.
That's a replay of that try there. Kalyani Patel going over for her second try as well in this game. The Indians are taking turns at scoring doubles here. 43 points to nil. Another huge loss coming the way of the Indonesians. 43 points to nil already with 3.5 minutes left on our clock. Almost half of the second half remaining, so India could keep on racking up the points. It will be an interesting one because India will take on Japan in the next fixture that they have. So that will be an interesting one. Both teams comprehensively defeating Indonesia. And in this pool, that will decide who tops it. Japan, of course, won the first leg in China, so they will go into that game as favorites, but the Indians will definitely look to try and pose a threat.
And now Abid, a scrum in favor of Indonesia. I think they have made some progress so far. And that's a successful feed in.
Indonesia looking to work the ball in their own half here, and they win a penalty. India go off their feet at ruck time there. Uncharacteristic at ruck time from the Indians. Very anxious spectators looking on at the proceedings here at the racecourse, a historic ground, the racecourse. Over a century of rugby being played here. India win the ball at ruck time. Arti Kumari there. Deliberate slap down is the call from the referee, and a yellow card is issued to the Indonesian number 10 there. Unfortunate for her. Was going in for the tackle but caught her arm in the middle of everything. India have opted for the scrum off the penalty. The better option to take their one player up for the last 1 minute of this game. Oh, good work by the Indonesians. Very good scrum, looking to outtook first, but they wheeled it very well as well, and they've forced a knock on from the Indian scrum half. They'll have the put into the next scrum.
Yes, Avit, with less than a minute left on our clock. And there we go, Indonesia loses ball position, and it's turned over by India. India is quite strong in their breakdowns, and mainly in defense. They're quite fast. And with the continuous play that they manage in the game, with their momentum and their physicality, I think that poses the main challenge for Indonesia. That, of course, said with the numbers advantage as well. That's an amazing show and go from Sandhya Rani for India. That puts them as a score of 48 points to nil against Indonesia, with a conversion to follow through. And the conversion is a successful conversion which wraps the score for 50-0.
Match done and dusted. India have notched up their half century, and they've comprehensively beaten Indonesia. Very good showing from the girls from India. They've really stamped their authority in this Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. 50 points to nil. India have beaten Indonesia. Highlights of the second half coming your way. Interesting half from India. I thought the game was won more in defense than in attack, Khadija, but good work from the Indian players all around, rotating passes, putting the offload when necessary, but also committing at the breakdown, identifying when the Indonesians were lacking in defense at breakdown time, flocking in when necessary and getting the scores for India. Key stats of that game: India 50 points, 8 tries, 5 conversions. They'll be pretty proud of the conversion rate as well. They'll be pretty proud of their performance as a whole against Indonesia in their second encounter, and they look forward to a big game against Japan later on in the day. Next game coming away is the United Arab Emirates taking on Japan. Interesting game. Japan comprehensively beat Indonesia in their first encounter. United Arab Emirates lost against the victors of the previous game, India. The Japanese team have gelled really well in this 7 series, in the leg in China and also in this Sri Lankan leg. And here is where they can maybe notch up a big win as well. Who knows what's to come, but the Japanese team really looks the deal in this tournament.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Japan.
Referee Francisco Camisa also travelled to Sri Lanka a couple of months back And he's back in the show. We welcome you back, sir. And we also welcome all the teams that have traveled to our beautiful island nation. Sri Lanka is a touristic country with many touristic attractions. I really do hope the players get a chance to go around the country and visit, of course, after they finish this tournament. But here we go, kickoff rather, from the United Arab Emirates. Japan collect the ball cleanly.
And that's an amazing run from the Japan number 10. Is that a try, Abid? I see. And that is an amazing try. Quite easy, I would say.
But right off the kickoff, Japan have scored a try. It's Sakura Mizutani who scored the try right under the posts. And what a start to this game for Japan. Not even 30 seconds went for that 60-meter dash to score the try. Her second try in this leg. The conversion, very accurate with their conversions in the previous game. And that has not changed one bit. 7 points to nil early on for Japan.
So as we watch the replay, we can see that it was quite an easy draw and pass out of the number 10. Look at the depth of it, the passes of the UAE team. Japan manages to gain possession of the ball, turning it over. It's all about drawing and passing, and that's a clear try. It's all about spotting the gaps, spotting the numbers on the outside.
The rate of scoring tries from Japan in this tournament so far has been at an absolute high. 2 minutes gone, already 2 tries scored. And who knows what kind of a score they're cooking up in this game against the Emirati girls. 12 points to nil so far. Conversion is away from the left upright. Very good work at the breakdown, I thought, from Japan to win the penalty, but also to be able to draw in the defenders before giving the pass out to the try scorer. That was Savannah Bodman who scored that try. Here's the restart from Indonesia. Now Japan against the Emiratis. Now they need to get out of their half, and they need to do that soon. And they opt for the boot. No sweeper back for Japan.
Well, yes, Abid, Japan needs to follow through with the kick now. If you really see, they're quite physical, and there we go with their offload. Amazing, amazing pass. Great momentum. And that sets the score to 17-0 with the conversion to follow through.
Chiaki Segusa with the score for Japan. Conversion is successful, 19 points to nil. Once again, Japan have got a score, and that score they manufactured it off a very good restart, putting it very deep. Offloads coming in from the try scorer Bodman and to the new try scorer Chiaki Segusa, who goes over for another try for Japan. 3 tries so far.
Yes, Abid, that is some serious support play from Japan, taking advantage on UAE and their mistakes. Still holding position. An amazing footwork, I would say. it's really commendable as to how they can flock the defense into one position and then spot the gap. And there we go. There's another try for Japan against UAE. That brings up the score to 24 points to nil with a conversion to follow through.
Haruna Konishi scoring the try there. You mentioned, Khadija, about the footwork, and I thought the footwork from Konishi was also immaculate there to score that try. Dancing around the Emirati defense. 26 points to nil now. Japan look on course to score another big score. That's the Emirati boys on your screen there. Also travelled to Sri Lanka early on in the year. Played in the 15s format, but this time donning the 7s jersey for their country.
And with the restart kicks, Abid, the moment you let the ball bounce, that's going to be challenging for you to regain position. And there we go, Japan turned over. And that's another try. That's another try for Japan. It's all about the basics, really. And Japan is really sticking into the basics. It's all about technique and their tactical play.
Savannah Bodman goes over for her second try of the game as the conversion goes through. 33 points to nil. They've converted almost all of their tries except for the one. Have a look at the physicality here. The ability to break through 2 tackles. Not an easy thing to do. These Emirati girls are no slouchers when it comes to defense, but on that occasion, Japan really making easy work of them. There's the UAE looking to get out of their half here. The last time they had to clear the ball, they opted for a kick which went into the hands of the Japanese players. That should be a penalty for Japan. Playing the ball on the ground, they're not allowed to do that. Have to play the game of rugby on your feet. Here's Japan now. Numbers opening up on the outside, but Savannah Bodman looks and sees a gap right through, running the angle there. Now the Emiratis kick it forward and it will trickle into touch. Proud Japanese supporters watching on here. Couple of minutes remaining on referee Kamisa's clock.
Time's off.
Not so it'll be half time. Referee Kamisa says that's that for the first half. Good half for the Japanese team. They look on course to score another big one. In the first game against Indonesia, they scored 73 points. And this one, they've already scored 33 in the first half. 33 points to nil. The Japanese leading the Emiratis. First half action was really good from the Japanese. These are the highlights of the first half.
As you can see. And that's the first try from Japan. The second one quite easily created with the number on the outside. And with their absolute physicality and support play, they really are good in running their supportive lines. It's quite commendable, I would say. And yet again, this is one of my favorites, Abid. Quite amazing footwork from the number 13.
Good first half for the Japanese. Coming up, Kazakhstan taking on the Philippines. Off your screen, the kick doesn't travel 10 meters, so the Emiratis will have short arm penalty on the halfway mark. Very uncharacteristic from the Japanese.
I think the Emirati girls really do have a chance to create score by the loose ball. And they kick it off on the back with no sweeper behind, but there is a chaser, and there she goes. Now Japan in attack. Space created outside, spots the gap inside, and she sprints down to the try line. It's almost a 60 meters sprint, I would say. Good defense brought down by the Emirati girls, and still manages to score.
The drums rolling in the Japanese crowd there. What a try that was from Japan, but I thought that was fantastic defense from Madison Melish for the UAE. Scored a try in that previous game. This time almost saved a try for her team, for her country, but Japanese have a bit too much class as they go for the try. We'll have a look at a replay of that try. Good sprint coming in there. Have a look at that. Spotting the gap. There was numbers on the outside, but just look at that moment where she had the ball in both hands. And when you have the ball in both hands, it really does create the doubt in the mind of the defender. But that's where Melish came in, dragged her down just a meter away from the line. But then the knowledge and the awareness to collect the ball and go over. Chiaki Segusa scores her second try.
UAE with the ball position. Amazing passes. Will they be able to get out of their red zone? Every time there's a restart, it's always get out of the jail for the Emirati girls this time. Japan's defense is quite strong. And the speed of defense actually
Good work at rock time there from the Japanese to force the penalty. It's holding on. Now, nothing fancy from the Japanese. They're looking to just send it through the hands. Ball in both hands once again. Options, both sides. Gets the correct option. Another try for Savannah Bodman. They really get hit in the ground running here. 43 points already. Savannah Bodman scores her third try. That's a hat-trick in this game. Third try of this second leg as well. Conversion is off the right post, so it will remain 43 points to nil. What a try that was, Khadija.
And let's look at the replay over there. That's an amazing pass. Actually, Japan manages to win and turn over the ball right after the restart, almost quite immediately. There we go with the restart kick. Well collected. And yet again, not the best of passes, I would say. And that's a big hit coming in for Japan. That's amazing leg pump and footwork you can see from the Emirati girls. And that's turned over by the Japanese defense. Quite strong and fast. Spots the gap and passes it outside, and there we go. Yet another try from Bodman.
Fourth try for Savannah Bodman. She's making it a habit here of scoring tries. Great work from the girl in the number 6 jumper for Japan. Conversion is successful, so 50 up for Japan. Second half century in this tournament. Have a look at the replay of that try there. That was a sprint there, but before that there were a couple of loops from the Japanese players, which really did open the gap for Bodman. She has something to brag about at the end of this game. She can tell her players that she scored a majority of their tries. Good restart, and what a collection, but penalty come in the way of Japan. They take it quickly.
And that's amazing ball play again. An amazing offload, and she spots and misses through from the UAE crowd like it was nothing. It's all cakewalk over here now.
Yume Hirano is the try scorer. The rate of scoring tries from these Japanese players are really astonishing. 73 points in the previous game, 57 points in this game so far. 3 minutes remaining on our clock. Looks like they're on course to beat their own record. There's a replay of that try, just the ability to break the tackle there from Yume Hirano. Scores it under the post. Once again, restart time. This time they force the error from the UAE. Here's ball on the short side, another try coming, and that's the 5th try for Savannah Bodman. Well, 3 tries have been scored in absolutely no time, in like 30 seconds. Japan have scored 3 tries and taken their tally up to 62, and this girl on your screen has been on an absolute fire.
Yes, Abid, she really does run to score, and that's the only target that she sees. Quite an asset for the Japanese team, I would say.
Have a look at that. The pace from Savannah Bodman, the explosion in pace. Really spotting the gap there. Really bombarding this UAE defense. A lot of deja vu for her for scoring that try. She's done it multiple times here. 5 tries so far. Japan, of course, in defense have been very good, but the UAE need to oil up their machine a bit. Good defense coming in from the Japanese, and they win the penalty. They force the penalty rather.
With just 1 minute on the clock. And that space outside, and that is going to be another try for Bodman. And I think this is her 6th try, Abid.
We're losing count of it. Thankfully for us, the Papare production team has the tally for us. 6 tries in this match so far for Savannah Bodman. She can't believe that she scored so many tries in this game either. 67 points from the Japanese so far. Conversion is not successful. Well, I would really love to be a win three-quarter in this Japanese team, because they really know where the space is and they know to work it. And that's the game for Japan. 69 points to 0. The referee Kamisa has blown the long whistle as Japan take home another big victory. 69 points in this one. Huge victory. As you see the confirmation of the full-time score, Japan 69 points against no tries and no penalties from the UAE. Big win for the Japanese.
And let's look at the highlights. In this game, Abid, Japan really manages to win over and turn over the ball into their position and turned every defense into attack. UAE, even though they do have great pattern and great work, they're not quite as best in their coordination as Japanese. And that's the key stats for the match. Japan 69 points with 11 tries and 7 conversions against UAE.
To take you through the next couple of games, we have Nilhan and Nathan in the commentary box.
Thank you, Khadija. Thank you, Abid. And yes, next game between Kazakhstan and the Philippines. Kazakhstan managed to get the edge over Malaysia with a second half comeback in their first game. The Philippines, though, were found wanting against a strong Chinese outfit in their first outing. As we take a look at the two team cards, as I welcome Nilhan into the commentary box. Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Nathan. Both teams are looking for their first win of this second leg. And this will be the ideal opportunity. They lost a chance to top their group, so next best thing is to finish second and be the best second team in 3 groups, so they can qualify for the cup semi-finals.
Yes, like you said, Nilan, crucial game for both these sides in determining who secures those semi-final spots as both teams take to the park. And just a reminder, folks, the top 3 teams from each group will make their way to the semi-finals along with the best second-placed outfit.
So that allows the teams who go down one game to stay in that competition and look to win the next 2 games with a good margin, so they can stay in the hunt for that last semi-final position.
Yes, certainly, Nilan, and that will be important for both these teams considering they are sharing a group with a strong team like China. We saw a real drubbing in the previous game, 69 points to 0 victory for Japan. They've really played like a champion side so far in this tournament. But both these teams will be hoping to be a lot closer this time around, as the kickoff almost along the floor is collected cleanly there by the Philippines. But straight away Kazakhstan up with their defense, and now looking to swing it. Here's a wrap move coming in from the Philippines, but the Kazakhstan defense holding strong for now.
The Kazakhstan team gave a good fight and now they are up against this Philippine challenge. They need to win this game so that their hopes of that semi-final spot is alive. Still the position with the Philippines at the moment. Scrappy play inside the 22 meter. The Kazakh team keeping them in their own half, but still Philippines play it slowly and looking to find that gap. Is that number 11 jersey, but still closer to the middle the pitch as Philippines get advantage.
Yes, Kazakhstan just a bit guilty of being a bit too eager in their defensive effort. I thought they did well in the first couple of minutes, even though they didn't have any of the ball. Did well to confine this Philippine side into their own 22, but eventually Philippines playing patiently, coming away with the ball, winning themselves a penalty, and now make their first entrance into the Kazakh half. And now here's the number 12 step in Goes past one, needs support to arrive quickly. And so far it's been pretty patient stuff from the Philippines. Spots the gap, does the number 8. Gets that offload in, but goes straight into the hands of one of the Kazakh players. But unfortunately, she did spill the ball in her efforts to intercept that one. And it will be the first scrum down of the game in favor of Kazakhstan.
Finally, after 2.5 minutes of play, they get this opportunity. On paper, they are the strongest side after winning that Malaysia game 22 points to 10. So they get a big W here. They have a chance to qualify for that cup semi-final spot. But Philippines playing a good game, keeping the ball slow but steady. They have made towards the 40-meter line of the Kazakh defense. Now the number 12 spotting the space in the corner, tries to run around one. She does. Unfortunately, good cover defense from Kazakhstan. Now looking for options. She finds that gap, but unfortunately knocks the ball in the process. So a good build-up play, but unfortunately couldn't convert that into any points.
Yes, certainly. And that Filipino think tank will be rather disappointed. Like you said, Nilan, was a good build-up. Really had all the momentum going their way, but unfortunately at the 11th hour there was a loss forward, and it's Kazakhstan that have an early reprieve. Now with a scrum just outside their own red zone.
She found that gap also in the previous attack. Unfortunately went down, as now the Kazakh player is looking to go to the corner, and she changes the directions, find space, giving a handoff to that Philippine number 10, and she doesn't have the pace to go. Support arrives in form of the number 3 jersey, but good defensive work from the Philippines number 15, earning them the penalty.
That's a brilliant from the Philippines. Looked like a length of the field try for Kazakhstan for all money, but excellent pace to not only catch up to her man, but some of her supporting players arriving as well, and ending up winning the penalty for their side. But Kazakhstan have given them a dose of their own medicine, now winning the penalty, and a lovely offload to the number 6, who'll touch down right under the post for the opening try in this clash. Brilliant ball handling on that occasion from Kazakhstan, and good stuff defensively as well. Weren't bogged down by conceding possession just a few moments ago. Managed to get back up, win that penalty, and some fancy offloading sees them dive over for their first try.
Yeah, that's Anna Melkinova going over for the Kazakh side. That's the 7 points that they were searching throughout this first half. We're into the last 2 minutes of play. Philippines trying to play a positive brand of rugby. Unfortunately, giving that penalty, and the Kazakh side quickly taking it. Now the restart goes straight into her boot, but collection done by the Philippines number 7. Now find some space, still going. Finally brought down near the halfway mark. Now look to spread in the corner, 3 against 2. Unfortunately, the pass is a bit late, but there was a hand in that process. Could be a yellow card. There we go. That's for the intentional knock-on.
10 from here.
Putting a hand into the pass, we've seen throughout this tournament, guarantees you a yellow card.
Yes, Kazakhstan now reduced to 6 players on the park, and will finish the first half with just the 6 players on the park. And this is an ideal opportunity if the Philippines can capitalize. They've opted for touch from that last penalty, and if they can get their set move right from this line out, have a golden opportunity to try and close out the first half by achieving parity. You take a look there. Was a hand in the way of the pass, and the intentional knock-ons are heavily scrutinized.
So with that line out, there's the option of whether to get a line out or a scrum. There was a hand from the Kazakhstan player. Philippines have a golden opportunity just before the halftime break. And now they look to spread to the corner. Good wraparound pass. Back of the hand pass to number 15. Does she have the speed to go around? No. Brought down by the Kazakhstan team. Now to the other side goes the Philippines. Still going strong is the number 1. Support arrives in the form of 2 players. Now going to the corner. Tries to fend off the Kazakh number 8. She's still going strong. And shows a dummy and breaks through that gap. And she has the speed to go over and score the opening try for the Philippines. The important one just before the halftime break. A brilliant show and go there by that Philippine number 8.
Yes, certainly a try that was a long time coming for the Philippines. I thought they've played well so far in this first half. And finally, on the stroke of lemons, managing to capitalize on that numerical advantage. And that's Jacqueline Linden that goes over for the first try for her country. The conversion goes begging, but it's a 2-point game at Lemons here at the racecourse. Kazakhstan will start the second half with just the 6 players on the park as well. So it's you have to say it's a Philippines just edging this one on the momentum scale as the referee blows for halftime.
That's the halftime confirmation. Kazakhstan 7 points and Philippines 5 at the halfway mark of this game. Welcome back to the Racecourse International Stadium. As we see the first half highlights. Opening try from Mena for Kazakhstan, scoring it just under the post, and then in the last move of the game, Philippines scoring that try. Unfortunately, they couldn't add the extra, so that the score will stand at 7 points to 5. Coming up next. Pool E fixture, China taking on Malaysia. It's another important game in this women's segment of the Asia Rugby Sevens.
Yes, especially for China, isn't it? Nilhan were the runners-up in the women's segment last time out on their home turf. And they'll certainly be hoping they can go one better this time around here in Colombo. As we're all set to resume now for the second half action. It's D coming in from Philippines. Collected by Kazakhstan.
Step back.
Playing their rugby in their own 22 meter. Kazakhstan playing a bit of risk rugby there. Philippines putting on a good defensive effort to keep them in the red zone, and that effort is paid off with a kick, but good chase from the Kazakhstan team. And number 12 collecting it and providing the ball to the number 15. Slow ball out of the ruck. And now Philippines finding a space, has support as she tries to go on her own, and brought down just outside the 22 meter mark. But a high tackle there by the Kazakh player, giving away a penalty and another opportunity.
Yes, I thought that Filipino runner had that option on the inside, like you said, Nilhan, but just didn't spot her. But now spots the gap, does the number 11. Trying to wriggle through, but unfortunately, ball has been lost forward again. And this is certainly a mistake that keeps coming back to haunt this Filipino outfit. And it's possibly a mistake that could cost them, that has cost them a couple of tries so far in this game. And if they aren't careful, might cost them the game as well.
Every time they go into the contact, they look for the supporting player. On the first phase and the second phase, they get that player, but unfortunately, when you go to the third, fourth, the support play does not arrive. Then the knock forwards occur for the Filipino team. Now Kazakh knows that they struggled here on in the second half, and now another knock forward in the process, playing the rugby in their own 22-meter. They have to spread it wide and get their faster runners the ball, but unfortunately stagnant play in the 22-meter have cost them once. Now another opportunity for Philippines. They have been the side surprise package in this game, been dominating this territorial and position wise in this 7 minutes and the 3 minutes we have seen in this half as they go to another set move.
No hands.
So trying to overload the blind side on that occasion, the Philippines, but Kazakhstan did well to read that. And now they'll have to go through the hands once again. That lady on the left was in acres of space, but unfortunately pass didn't go to hand, and that's picked up on by the Kazakh chaser. And now Kazakhstan trying to run it out of their own 22, finds the extra man on the left, but unfortunately, as has been the theme in this game so far, Nilhan, that's yet another spill from one of these sides.
Yeah, that could have been another try in the offering for the Kazakhstan team.
Time off. It will be a
She
scrum
gave
here.
that last defender
Time is off.
and passed that ball. Unfortunately, couldn't collect that ball in the process. And she did all the hard work, and she felt tackled also when she made that offload. As the Philippine player was committed into that tackle. Here we go, a replay of that. Bit too late and high, Nathan. It's something
Can I have it?
unfortunately
Thank
everyone is Kazakhstan
for
couldn't
contentious
collect
play
that
here.
pass.
Yes, play has been halted momentarily. Couple of players nursing some injuries, but that certainly looked like a dangerous play there, Nilhan, at least to the naked eye, and the referees as well for this tournament have the privilege of taking a second look at it, and they might be tempted to send that last move upstairs.
Can you repeat? I can't hear. Say?
They are having a check with the TMO.
Okay. No foul play here. We play with the scrum. On
Okay,
the
no
five, please. On the
foul
five.
play says
On the five.
the referee, and they're going to start with that knock-on scrum.
It's an ideal opportunity for the Philippines
Is there any subs from
to
Philippines?
try and take the lead for the first time in this game.
Yeah. Time is still off.
We haven't seen many games go down to the wire today, Nilhan, but certainly this one looks like it will, as the Philippines now look into their bench for options.
If they're chasing the game, they need to bring that fresh legs on. Last 2 minutes in play. And they are trying to breach this Kazakhstan defense for the second time. It's all to play for, but good defensive work by Kazakh player. Unfortunately, she played the ball in the ground, so advantage in favor of Philippines as they didn't make any progress from that penalty position. Referee comes back to that hands in the ruck infringement.
Yes, you can't fault the intent there from Kazakhstan. Head rights to the ball. Unfortunately, had her foot on her hand on the ground though. And the Philippines, as they have done with a few of their penalties so far, opt for the touch finder. And it looks like they do have a few well-drilled set moves up their sleeve. Do the Philippines. This time work at the line out is clean. And now a resort to their line. Needed to get that pass out though. Support arriving quickly. Scanning their options now are the Philippines, trying to step through. But only managing a half break so far. This is good rush defense from Kazakhstan. Pinning back the Philippines, but spots the gap. Does the number 7, gets that offload in. And again, stringing a few good offloads together at the moment are the Philippines, but it's Kazakhstan that come away with the ball. Excellent work at the breakdown there to win the loose ball situation. And now it's game management that'll be important for Kazakhstan. Just a few seconds left on the clock. Tries to step through, does the number 2. And the ball just rolls out of touch. And could this be one last opportunity for the Philippines?
Yeah, it will be the final play in the second half. One last opportunity for the Philippines. They have dominated this game, but unfortunately 2 points, that solitary conversion is making the difference in this game, as fresh legs coming for the Filipino side for the last play. First things first, need to get this line out sorted. Kazakh team also making a change to this final move. Also play for one of the closest games we had in this tournament so far. Philippines looking for options, trying to spread it, but back of the hand pass does not go into the hands of the number 1, and the ball comes out for the Kazakh side. Just need to kick this out, but they try to go over for a try. The number 11 goes in the corner. No progress from that move. Still ball with Kazakh side. Now the Kazakhstan team just need to get this ball, and she goes through the gap and scores the second try for the Kazakhstan team. And that's a game, set and match for the Kazakh outfit.
Yes, finally Kazakhstan managing to put this game to bed. Try coming through Eva Becker. It's a second try in this leg so far. And you have to say that was some lovely offloading from Kazakhstan, as the referee blows for full time in what has been one of the closer games we've seen so far today. It's Kazakhstan that managed to walk through as 14 points to 5 victors. And I feel that that physical advantage that they had allowed them to dominate the breakdowns, and that's why they were able to secure that victory, and that's why that full-time confirmation reflects that 14 points to 5 in favor of Kazakhstan, who have won probably the most decisive game in this group, isn't it, Milan?
Yeah, so the Kazakh outfit has 2 wins now, and the Filipinos lose in the second game. That's the final move try. The game was in the balance until the last move. Key stats 14 to 5, 2 tries, 2 conversions, and 1 solitary try for the Philippines.
Now we move on to our next game. We have a strong Chinese outfit taking on Malaysia. Malaysia, who lost out narrowly to Kazakhstan in their opening game, will have it all to do against China, who've changed their strip into an all-black outfit for this game, and will kick things off from right to left in the first half.
High hanging kick, just going the 10 meters and winning the ball back for China. Now quick ball out in the corner. She tries to go on her own. Now the ball is out. Chinese players looking for options. Just need to find the gaps. Good piece of rugby. Spreading it to the corners, two corners. Still didn't find any space. Now she tries to make a good pass. Another long cutout pass. Unfortunately, she spills the ball. Could have been a opening try.
Has had the try line right in front of her if she was able to hang on to that pass. Unfortunately, though, just losing it forward, and that's an early chance gone begging for China. But that's exactly the sort of start they would have wanted. Really hit the ground running in this opening minute. Unfortunately, though, that final pass needed to stick, and it's an early let-off for Malaysia, who have a scrum in their favour just inside their own red zone.
Yeah, that pass, the final pass, brilliant long cutout pass. As Malaysia gets the free kick, now they are trying to run, but unfortunately the final pass does not go according to plan. But Malaysia keeps the ball with themselves. Now to the corner, 1-on-1. She waits for support and puts the pass out. Now looking to use the wider options. Still in the 22 meter is the Malaysia outfit. Good defensive work from China, putting the pressure, and each phase they're going back in this last few passages of play.
Yes, impressive defensive line speed there from China. It's all been lateral for Malaysia. Like we were saying, no real progression from them, and forced to put the ball to boot, and that's gone straight into the hands of that Chinese player, who'll go down untouched for the first try in this game. And you have to say that's a deserved try, isn't it, Nilan, for the effort they've shown, especially in defense so far in this first 2.5 minutes. It's Yu Tong Cheng that goes over for her first try in this leg.
Yeah, all the defensive work paid off when that Malaysian player made that kick. She didn't even check where was the Chinese players, just made that kick, and now going into the hands of the Chinese player, and she didn't have any defending work or defenders to catch her. Just collected the ball and found the space to run and score untouched. Easy try. Now the restart, the crucial ones. This time another high hanging kick. Good collection this time from the Malaysian outfit. Still going backwards is the attack, and they spill the ball in the process, but that goes back, says the referee. Some good creative work, but still no space in the Chinese defense, and getting that penalty. Straight away goes into contact, finds space, has that player on her left, but now changes the direction to the right. Unfortunately, she spills the ball. She did the correct thing, gave away position back to China.
Yes, and Malaysia managing to make those half breaks, but unfortunately for them, just don't look like they have the pace to really go the length of the field, and that's allowing China to catch up to them and sort of pin them back inside their own half. And now have forced the error, and China with a centre field scrum.
Set. Hit and hold. Stop there. Take the hit. Okay, let's go.
And scrum collapsing, so referee will ask for a reset. China still with the opportunity.
At the halfway mark now, China goes to the gun and straight away offloads it to the number 76. Now inside pass to the number 22 player.
Ball's out. Play on.
Ball is
Ball's
out. Malaysia can play the ball. And a good offload to that number 65. Very interesting numbers for the Chinese outfit.
It's all too easy for China at the moment. You have to say though, that last try was a major defensive lap from Malaysia. Julia Wang though, the benefactor, who goes over for China's second. But off that last broken play, Nilan, ball was available at the back of that ruck for at least 3 to 4 seconds. Had ample time and had rights to the ball as well. Did the Malaysian defense right there. But took that number 6 player a while to realize what was happening, and that was enough time for the number 65 for China to pick up that ball, put on the afterburners, and touchdown for her side second.
The kick does not go the 10 meters, so free kick in favor of Malaysia. As you said, that 3 to 4 seconds, they could have captured that ball. Could have seen a different outcome. China, on the other hand, had 2 opportunities and taken the maximum out of it. Now Malaysia trying to use the corner. And the number 4 has the speed. Good stepping skills from her. Still going strong. Just near the 5 meter mark. Need to get the ball out quickly. And the number 6 goes over for Malaysia. And that's an important try in this game as it heads towards the half-time break.
Yes, Nurisa Azizan for Malaysia will take the credit, but I thought that try was created by that lady in the number 4 jumper. Nilan did really well to step and straighten things up and get her side right onto the edge of the try line. And her teammate was there to put on the finishing touches, and Malaysia would have wanted this going into lemons, managing to pull one back at the brink of half time. Let's take a look at the replay there. Really barging through the Chinese defense, and then good support in play there from the number 6 who went over for the try. And what that means is we'll have a half-time score of 12 points to 7. It's China at the moment with their noses in front, but still all to play for in the second half. So welcome back, folks. Moments away from the second half of this clash between China and Malaysia. Taking a look at the highlights. It was the Chinese that hit the ground running. And this was their second try. And we have to say both tries coming through some defensive lapses on the part of Malaysia, and it right on the brink of lemons. It was Malaysia that managed to pull one back and convert it to make it a 5-point game here at the race course.
Yeah, coming up next, Thailand taking on Singapore. The Thai side ranked 4th in this tournament. look to continue that winning momentum. And they hammered the host earlier on. Now Malaysia restarting things in the second half. Just 5 points the difference between these two teams. And the Chinese player finds that gap, another fend off. But the number 8 not giving up and getting the tackle. Giving away that penalty. Quick tap taken. Now quick hands to the corner. Has an extra number. And easy goes the number 76 for China to open the score in the second half.
Yes, try coming within 30 seconds of the resumption, and that's exactly the start that China would have wanted, especially after Malaysia managed to pull one back right at the end of that first half. It's Zihan Liu that goes over for her second try today, and it's 17 points to 7 now in favor of the Chinese. Conversion is unsuccessful, but it's still a 2-score cushion for China. You take a look at the replay there. Textbook rugby from China. Drawing and passing, and eventually finding that extra player out wide on the left. All she had to do was dot that one down, and she did exactly that. And it's China now with a 10-point lead.
The restarts have not gone according to plan for China. This is the second time that they're giving the ball away for Malaysia. That's somewhere that they will look to improve going deep into this tournament. This is Malaysian number 864. These three players have been the ones watch out as we just say the number 8 collects that ball and scores the second try. So China scores, Malaysia returns the favor back, and still the game is a 5-pointer with a conversion to come.
Yes, Noor Azhar they are going over for the try, and this is a lot better for Malaysia, isn't it, Nilan? Aware to the loose ball situations, managing to win one of those loose balls and go over for the try did Noor. And this conversion will be an important one, and it goes through. So 17 points to 14, and it's a 3-point game here with just 4 minutes left on the clock, and we are set for another entertaining finish here at the racecourse.
Yeah, they put the Chinese players under pressure with that kick, and the try scorer for China couldn't collect that kick, and she was there to collect for Malaysia and went over. Another high hanging kick, good tackle by Malaysia. Next score is the crucial one. If China can go through, then Malaysia will be under the pump. All to play for in this last 3.5 minutes remaining as China fumbles the ball. And a golden opportunity beckons up for Malaysia.
Yes, Malaysia with a scrum right on the edge of the 22-meter for China. And like you said, Nilan, golden opportunity for them. What they do with this set piece will be crucial in determining which way this game goes.
Then hold. Out.
Here's Malaysia with the feet, clean stuff at the scrum down, winning the penalty advantage as well. Spots the space, puts in the kick. Unfortunately, it was a bit too heavy, but they were playing under an advantage. So we'll come back for that penalty for Malaysia.
A good thinking from Malaysia, knowing that with the advantage, they put the kick in the previous try, and China did not like that option and trying to milk another try there. Unfortunately, this time the plan does not go as they expected, but still they have that fallback plan of the penalty that they had with themselves. So all to play for, just 2 minutes or so to go, And Malaysia is playing the rugby at the correct half of the pitch. Now, to spread into the, unfortunately,
gone.
tries to
First
spread
one.
the ball.
Second one.
But
Back.
she couldn't collect that ball. A bit too high for Britain.
Yes, not the best of passes coming into that number 4. Nothing much she could have done with that. And Malaysia have let that opportunity go begging. And how costly could that be? The next 1.5 minutes or so will tell us. But it's China now with a scrum. And be looking for a good exit from this one.
Hold.
It's important that they get out of their half. Now looking to use a shorter side, but Malaysian defense on point. Not committing a lot of defenders, but this time the Chinese player finds a gap and she puts on the afterburners. Despite the challenge from the number 9 of Malaysia, China scores their 4th try, and that could be the game for China.
Yes, looks like the game has been put to bed now by the Chinese. A length of the field try coming in. And excellent stuff from Lee Chen. Her 2nd try of the day as well. And looks like will be the game winning try for her side. As the conversion is through, it's at 24 points to 14 with just 30 seconds left to play. But Malaysia, on the other hand, will be really disappointed, won't they, Nilan? Had a couple of golden opportunities inside the Chinese red zone to perhaps try and edge this one. But it was China that did well in defense. And when the opportunity came, Lee Chen was there to pounce, ran the length of the field, and has dotted down for potentially the match winner.
They were in the game until the last minute. So some improvement from that Kazakhstan game for Malaysia. It looks like Kazakhstan and China will play for the top spot in this group. Malaysia will have to settle in that 3rd place in the group. Now another penalty, knowing the time is up. China goes and opts for a scrum.
Yes, Malaysia as well, Nilhan, will feel really hard done by 2 narrow defeats in both their games. Going down by a small margin to Kazakhstan as well earlier today. And even in this game against a much stronger Chinese outfit, they were in the game for most of the 14 minutes, right up until that last try. It's China looking to go for the kill now. Swings it out wide onto the right hand side. Has the entire try line in front of her. And this will be the cherry on top for China. Their 5th try. 29 points to 14 with the conversion to come. And this is a perfect ending for them, you could say.
Finish the game in style there. And she had the presence of mind to come around and score under the post, so that a mate can just put these extra 2 points. That's it for this game. Last minute not going in favor of Malaysia and leaking 2 tries. Scoreline wouldn't do any justice for this game, for the fight that Malaysia gave towards China, who are ranked 2 in this tournament.
Yes, you have to say, Nilhan, on point there. Malaysia were in this game right up until those last 30 seconds, but it's China with 2 tries in the last minute that managed to nick this one. It's 31 points to 14 at full time. And it's China and Kazakhstan that will face off to see who will top this group. As we take a look at the second half highlights. That was the first try from China, right from kickoff. And then Malaysia managed to hit back and make it a 3-point game. But then this is where the game was really killed off. China running the length of the field after winning possession back off a Malaysian attack, and then this just to cap off that performance with their 5th try. Right under the sticks. So your key stats from that game, 31 points to 14, doesn't really reflect the kind of fight that Malaysia put up, but it's 5 tries and 3 conversions for China and 2 converted tries for Malaysia. And to take you through the next game, we'll have Khadija and Abdullah.
So this is the next game that's coming up. Thailand versus Singapore. I have to say that Thailand favorites for this game. Got a good win against Sri Lanka earlier in the morning, and this is the Thailand lineup. Jai Jarim, Nawab Kev, Wandi, Jantamala, Vitya Rontau, Yoda, Michok, Manesi, Hunkit, Narastofa, Salinda. Yes, and just running out of time to go through the entire name sheet of both teams, as Malaysia and Singapore have taken the field. Joining me in commentary is Khadija. Khadija, so far from what you've seen in the women's segment, what do you think this game will have for us?
Yes, Abdullah, I think it's going to be absolutely exciting. And we have our referee, Hibiki Ikeda.
So it'll be Thai girls to kick off. Very impressive in that first leg in China, as well as their first game against today, a comprehensive victory. As it's a long-ranging kick, not collected cleanly by Singapore. Nonetheless, they managed to get possession, and they've dropped the ball, and Thailand have pounced on it to get the first score of the game right under the post. Poor collection.
Not even seconds after the kickoff. One small mistake from Singapore, and Thailand manages to pounce on it and make score. And there goes the conversion. It's successful. I'm sorry, it's unsuccessful.
Yeah, that's right, Khadija. The kickoff in sevens rugby plays a big role. That from that point of view, Singapore just not being able to execute the collection of the kickoff, although they have done it well this time. But again, a pretty loose pass, putting them under a lot of pressure. And there has been a knock-on in the process. So it will be a scrum in favor of the Thai girls. See Thai reserves just checking their boots. Some good dry conditions here in Colombo. Weather gods have been kind to us thus far. Let's hope that it remains so. So it will be a feed in for Thailand. Good clean scrum. Lovely wraparound move. Really good hands by Thailand. It's their number one wing three-quarter going over after a lovely wraparound move. And therefore they extended their lead to 12 points. So the conversion is successful. So the score should be 12-0. First conversion, I believe, was missed. As we have a look at that try once again. That's a lovely move, wasn't it, Khadija? Wonderful straight running lines, creating the overlap and a bit of space for the wing three-quarter.
Yes, Abdullah, that was an amazing wraparound pass, creating a loop around the corner. This time, well received by Singapore.
Yes, Singapore done well. Now they retrieve position, but they're just in their 25. Don't want to spend too much time here. They've done so far in terms of retaining position, but yet are under a bit of pressure, and eventually deciding to kick ahead. Cannot fault the idea, but you have to question. I don't think the chase was as good, so it's an opportunity for Thailand to regroup, and which they have done. A lovely show and go, some good desperate defense, and that's a penalty. Some good defensive work by Singapore. They take the quick tap, pass it, but unfortunately it's knocked on, and Thailand will launch another attack and manage to get a penalty, which is a high tackle. Take another quick tap, not finding the mark, but no harm done. Nice switch, keeping the ball alive. One thing, most of these Thai girls are very good athletes. You can see the way they are moving the ball and the way they move themselves. Lovely ward off, a missed tackle, and that will be the third try for the Thai girls.
That was some amazing technique, Abdullah, I would say. Great momentum of the game. They really manages to keep composure and just keep playing by moving the ball without no issue at all, even with the defense from Singapore. Singapore really needs to work in getting out of their jail, working well with the Thailand girls.
Yes, so the conversion is successful, was it?
Yes, indeed. The conversion is successful, and there we see the replay. That is an amazing handoff given right into the face of the Singapore player and right under the post.
Yes, you can definitely see that this Thai team is much more accomplished. They seem to have played together, have a great understanding of each other. Singapore still very much finding their feet. They managed to retain position. Again, a little bit of indecision. Taking it into contact. Done well to retain the ball. Show and go, but once again the Thai defense extremely strong. And they're right over that ruck, and they managed to win the penalty. They take the quick tap. Fortunately, pass not finding its mark, so the ball will go into touch.
Behind the mark. No, you can.
I believe that's the Thai coach, Lotte Raikobula, former New Zealand Sevens exponent. He's really done a great job with this women's team of Thailand. They've really made strides amongst the top 4 in Asian rugby currently. Singapore with the throw-in. Fortunately, it's not straight. So once again, position turned over. So that's him. He's had a bit of connections with Sri Lankan rugby as well over the years. Used to play in the Sri Lankan international sevens as well. Has had a few coaching stints here as well.
Yes, Abdullah, and we can see now it's the scrum in favor of Thailand with the feed in. That's a successful scrum. Easy wrap around. Draw and pass, I would say. Look at the physicality of the game. Amazing. But referee calls in for an infringement. Let's see what it is.
Yes, I believe it was a forward pass, Khadija. Yes, you got it spot on. I think the physical disparity between both teams also is pretty evident. Tigers much more stronger, faster, quicker on their feet. The lateral movement is much better. Singaporeans seem to be struggling in that aspect, running out of ideas. Once again, they find themselves on their goal line, taken into contact. They've done well to recover position, and they've decided that that's enough. The hooter has gone, and that'll be half time. So Thailand at the break comfortably ahead, 19 points to 0. So what do you make of that first half, Khadija? Is Thailand just a halftime confirmation, 19 points to 0 in favor of Singapore. Okay, we'll go in for a quick commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side. So welcome back to the racecourse grounds as it's halftime here in this women's segment game between Thailand and Singapore. Pretty solid performance by the Thai ladies in that first half. A lot of unforced errors by Singapore not helping their cause as well, but again some wonderful ball movement by Thailand, and Singapore is unable to make their first time tackles, and as a result they find themselves comfortably ahead 19 points to nil. So this is the next game that's coming up, Hong Kong China versus Sri Lanka in the women's pool play. Could be another really tough outing for the Sri Lankan lasses. Went down to this Thai outfit earlier in the morning. As we start the second half, Thailand comfortably retrieve the ball from the kickoff. Bit of indecision.
Still, Abid, even with that indecision, I would say they keep moving their eyes to manage to find spots around the ground. But they do have 70 meters to cover, and like I said, there we go. And I think that is an amazing 70-meter sprint towards the whitewash, and there she goes. Number 8 jumper.
Yes, long strides. Very hard to stop once you get behind that first line of defense. And as a result, Thailand have got their fourth try. It's Wanuri Michok who goes over. And she'll look to add the extra points herself, which she does without much trouble. So it's 26 points to nil. So have a look at the replay of that move. A switch pass, wrap around. The Singapore defense indecisive on whom to take, which left gaping holes, and Michok just having a far too much pace for the covering Singaporean defense. So that's another kick-off, and that's a penalty. It's dangerous as well. Player tackled in the air. So the Thailand will be down a player as well, Khadija. It'll be interesting to see how they will react to this. Will they be able to make maximum use of it?
Yes, Abdullah, I see that the number 5 player did not expect it to be a tackle. It just came right through in between her hands as she went down to find the ball during the restart, and now it seems that Singapore has the numbers advantage. Let's see how it plays out.
Yes, they've got to make it count. For 2 minutes, they will have an extra player. Good clean scrum. Once again, though, the pass just not finding its mark. And Thailand have managed to rip that ball away. Good tackle by number 2. But Thailand just having enough composure to retain position. Singapore desperately trying to keep possession of the ball, but Thailand, one way or the other, just seem to be having favor of the bounce of the ball going their way.
Yes, Abdullah, and they're really managing to keep composure even with one man down.
Yes, you can just understand the experience. It's running the clock down as well. It's quite clever here by Thailand what they're doing. Just going into breakdowns, slowing the pace, running the clock down.
Thailand seems to be swinging Singapore's defense left and right, moving the ball corner to corner.
Yeah, that's right, and that's a clever way of doing it. Most importantly, they're retaining position. And that last play of the ball hitting the referee will probably help their cause as well to run the clock down a bit more.
Yes, Abdullah, it's all about retaining possession of the ball after all in a game of sevens, and also how you manage time with 7 minutes on each half.
That's right. Possession is key, isn't it? You don't want to defend too many minutes in a game of sevens rugby. Thailand, again keeping it tight, using their physicality to good effect. It's now their number 4, drawing 2 players and just getting that pass out to their number 10. Once again, the defense of Singapore caught being far too narrow. And despite being a player down, Thailand put in another try to the delight of their coach. It's been a pretty dominant performance thus far.
Yes, Abdullah, this is brilliant defense in reading in defense as well. Thailand manages to read defense and read the Singapore mislines. This actually shows experience with their composure during the game to manage and retain ball position while also making sure that they have momentum of the ball, that the ball is in play. That is some amazing job from the Thai girls.
Yes, and you can the difference in class is pretty apparent. A team that is constantly amongst the top 3 or 4 teams as against a team that's probably in the lower rungs. The difference is quite apparent. Looks like there was a knock on there from the kickoff. Referee is playing advantage. So Singapore with an opportunity to attack, but once again being hit behind the gain line. Not rolling away is the call.
Taken quickly by the Singapore number 6. Now moving into the sidelines, and yes, she has been sent out of the line out. And now it would be a line out in the favor of Thailand.
Yes, just not enough pace out wide. There wasn't a very clear overlap there, but Singapore just do not have enough pace in their lineup to get around this Thai defense. Once again, nice clean line out. Thailand switching play.
Also, Abdullah, that support play is commendable from Thailand.
Yes, they're getting the number of players they need to at the breakdown at the correct time. Recycle of position is really good. Once again, just holding the players at bay. You can see 3 players committed to that 1 player in defense.
Yes, Abdullah, that really shows the absolute physicality of the Thailand girls, unmatched actually with the Singapore.
Yes, once again Singapore just taking it into contact, just into the final few minutes of this game. A dummy switch, spreading it out wide, and once again number 8 showing a clean pair of, or rather number 6 showing a clean pair of heels to opposite number to go under the post for another try. It's been a dominant performance by Thailand. 38 points to 0. No doubt will definitely be one of the contenders as Yodhya, the try scorer. No mistake with the conversion, so that will be the final play of this game. Thailand winning comfortably, 40 points to 0 over Singapore. And another convincing win for the Thai girls. It's 2 from 2 as far as they're concerned, and look like favorites to make it to that semi-final. But they'll have a key encounter against Hong Kong later on in the day. And that's the confirmation. 40 points to 0 for Thailand against Singapore. These are the highlights of this second half. Far too much pace and guile from this Thai team. Singapore tried as hard as they did, just did not have the pace. all the strength to match up to this strong Thai outfit. Once again, spreading the ball out wide. Just missing those one-on-one tackles. It's Thailand all the way.
And here are the key stats of the game. Thailand with 40 points, 6 tries and 6 conversions, which finalizes the game after all.
So this is the next game that's coming up. Hong Kong, China, taking on Sri Lanka. Could be another tough encounter for the Sri Lankan girls. Against one of the pre-tournament favorites, you'd have to say. Just awaiting the arrival of both teams onto the field. And this is the lineup. Rivers, Chen, Yeng, Oyanya, Nam, Olsen, Thorn, Lee, Eden, Ho, Chen, Chong, Leenam and Forrest. For Sri Lanka, Kumudumali, Vijay Tilaka, Dilrukshi, Madhumali, Mahendran, Satsarni, Lianage, Dilini, Krishna Kumari, Nayantra, Jayasingha, Hema Kumari, and Jayasingha. So, Khadija, you would have played against a few of these players in the domestic scene.
Yes, absolutely, Abdullah, and I could say that there are quite commendable players. Really talented.
Yes, what they need is probably a bit more exposure, probably continuous training, because the standard of women's sevens rugby in this Asian circuit has definitely grown leaps and bounds, isn't it? We've seen how much India has improved over the years. Very strong outfit now. So Sri Lanka with a bit of catching up to do. But I'm sure that within the next few years we'll see a bit of development in that aspect.
Yes, Abdullah, I would say that all this comes from experience as well. So I think Sri Lanka needs to be more exposed into games, even especially in the women's division. Because I know that they can do their very best, because we have some very talented legs over there.
Yes, well, I wouldn't argue with you on that point, Khadija. Having played against most of these players. But as of now, it's going to be a really tough encounter for the Sri Lankan girls. Need to get in a good performance here. Pretty disappointed probably with their performance in that first match, as it's top Dechand Jetani who will take charge of this game. Hong Kong have been a strong contender on this circuit. Very well organized outfit. It will be Thailand to kick off. Pardon me, it's Hong Kong to kick off. So Hong Kong not reaching the 10-meter mark. So it will be a free kick in favor of the Sri Lankans, an opportunity for them to try and make their mark early on in this game. Short tap taken. Sri Lanka switching play, trying a cutout move. Successful, but they managed to retain position. Once again though, poor pass, not finding its mark. Sri Lanka on the back foot again. Now trying to spread the ball, again a loose pass.
They really need to get out of jail, Abdullah, at this point. And there we go. Hong Kong with ball position, turned over. Numbers on the outside, spots that there's no man in the field, and there we go. the first try against Sri Lanka.
Yes, a couple of loose passes not helping the cause. And against a quality team like Hong Kong, you just cannot afford to let that happen. Conversion though, not successful, so it'll just be 5 points. But Sri Lanka had an opportunity to make their mark, but execution found wanting, and against the teams of this nature, you cannot afford to turn over position so easily. They'll make you pay. That's exactly what Hong Kong has done.
There we go, that's the restart kick. Not the best of receiving from Sri Lanka. Quite scrappy, but they make it.
Yes, they managed to turn position. Again, just the passes, far too much airtime on it, allowing Hong Kong to rush up. Again, passes just not finding its mark. Now Sri Lanka just find themselves about 5 meters away from the try line, and position has been turned over. And it's their number 4. Will go over for the second try. Sri Lanka just do not look comfortable when in possession of the ball. Just unable to find their mark, and Oyana going over for her second try. Conversion successful this time, so it's 12 points to nil. You have to say, Khadija, isn't it? Sri Lanka just putting themselves under pressure with not finding the mark in terms of their passes. And Hong Kong getting too many breakdown situations against teams of this caliber. They'll make you pay.
Yes, Abdullah. And now we see from the restart, that's one of the first mistakes that we see from Hong Kong. A knock-on. So now it's going to be a scrum in favor of Sri Lanka. Let's see how they make use of the situation. It's really the set pieces that you have to make sure to take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where Sri Lanka just have to be clinical. In Hong Kong, trying to apply a bit of pressure. Position being turned, pressure being applied to Sri Lanka. They managed to hold on to possession. Just getting over that first line of defense, but the recycle ball a bit slow, enabling Hong Kong to realign in defense.
Sri Lanka quite difficult in managing to move out of their 22 in their red zone still.
Yes, and Sri Lanka penalized for not staying on their feet in the ruck, so another penalty for Hong Kong. They take the quick tap and they've spread it out wide. Sri Lanka just not being able to get the numbers across. It'll be their number 11 who goes over for their third try.
And that is Ka Young Chong for the third try for Hong Kong China.
As we have a look at that once again, it all came out after that infringement at the ruck by Sri Lanka. Hong Kong quick to react, taking the quick tap, spreading it out wide and going under the post for their third try. So it's Hong Kong. They'll restart proceedings again.
Looks like they have overcooked it. Bundles into touch.
Yes, it'll be a line-out for Sri Lanka, but you'd rather have corrected the line-out, isn't it, against a team like Hong Kong. It'll be interesting to see how Sri Lanka's line-out functions.
I think, Abdullah, this is the first line-out of the match.
Yes,
Hong Kong has conceded.
Yeah, conceded, but they managed to win it despite not managing to retrieve position from the kickoff. And Hong Kong have knocked the ball on, so it'll be another opportunity for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka just seemed to lack a bit of options and enough attacking threats in their arsenal. Pretty lateral. Don't get many opportunities when you play teams like this. Now it's a missed pass, but once again, just not being able to hold on to possession. And Hong Kong's number one just brushes away the Sri Lankan defense to go over for Hong Kong's fourth try. It's disappointing, isn't it, Khalida? Virtually all 4 tries have come as a result of turnover possession from Sri Lanka when they have had possession. So it's not that Sri Lanka haven't had opportunities, but they've just not been good enough to take it. And a wonderful conversion on the stroke of half-time sees Hong Kong leading 26 points to nil. And looks like we'll yet have time for a kickoff, because the try was scored before the hooter went. So we will have another restart. This time well collected by Sri Lanka, but Hong Kong looking to apply pressure at the breakdown. And Sri Lanka have had enough of that first half, and ball has just been hacked into touch. And at halftime, it's 26 points to nil in favor of Hong Kong. So that's the confirmation at halftime. Hong Kong leading 26 points to nil. We're going for a quick commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to the racecourse as we have a look at the highlights of the first half. It was one-way traffic as far as Hong Kong is concerned, benefiting from some pretty poor passing by Sri Lanka. All 4 tries virtually coming off turnover position, giving Hong Kong to run against some unstructured defense. And they've been really good in terms of execution.
Yes, Abdullah, and I think Sri Lanka should really, and that's coming up next, men's pool fixture, and that is Malaysia versus Philippines, that we're going to expect yet another exciting performance from the men's division. And there we go. That's the kickoff for the second half. Let's see how Sri Lanka manages to regain possession of the ball.
Yes, they definitely need to come in with a better performance. Not the best of kickoffs, but that's really well judged by Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan player just allowing the ball to trickle over the halfway mark. Now Hong Kong just on the back foot for a change. Sri Lanka with an opportunity, but they needed to straighten out. And they have lost possession, but penalized for not releasing the tackler. So Sri Lanka with an opportunity, 2-on-1, needed to get that pass out. And unfortunately, Sri Lanka just not good enough in terms of execution. There was a 2-on-1 situation there, wasn't that, Khadija? Just needed to straighten out and pass, but going into contact, which you don't want to do against this Hong Kong team, and they're really good at the breakdown in terms of turning position over, winning the penalty.
Yes, absolutely, Abdullah. And also, we have 70 meters to use in sevens with 7 players. They can quite take advantage of the depth. And so far with Sri Lanka, the passes have been quite lateral and flat, I would say.
Yes, have to agree with you. and more importantly, it's not been finding its mark. So referee has his hands out for offside. Sri Lanka not maintaining the 10 meter they need to at line out. Referee still playing advantage, but Hong Kong have got hold of possession, using the short side. The number one, very good carry, but does some really good work at the breakdown. Brilliant work by Sri Lankan number 7.
And that's Lianage who made that turnover. Quite clever to come and drag the ball out. We see some fresh legs coming in for Sri Lanka.
Yes, let's have a look at that again. Some brilliant work by the Charini Lianage.
Yes, that is Charini Lianage.
Yeah, an A division referee as well, showing some wonderful technique at the breakdown to turn possession over. Sri Lanka interestingly have opted for a scrum from that penalty. So Sri Lanka with an attacking opportunity, wrap-around move, 2-on-1 situation. Some good depth here.
That's a great run from Nayanthara. Hemukumari.
Unfortunately, a bit of indecision, resulting in possession being turned over. Pass looked to be forward. Yes, it has been spotted by the referee. So another opportunity for Sri Lanka.
I think that's why they opted for the scrum, Abdullah. You could see that amazing and beautiful set piece move from Sri Lanka.
Right on the halfway mark. Sri Lanka have moved towards the left flank, all the players. Okay, just trying to change direction.
On your right, bro.
Slow ball. Hong Kong rushing up and putting pressure on their defense. But Sri Lanka have done well to retain position, but they've got to move forward. Again, being stuck behind the gain line. The ball was hit out of Sri Lankan player's hand. That's why play was allowed to go on. But no harm done as Hong Kong have managed to win the penalty. Number 8 just looking to pass the ball back. Knock on is the call. So a bit fortunate for Sri Lanka.
Also, Abdullah, in defense, Sri Lanka really needs to manage to maintain the composure and the defense line to be quite accurate to stop the Hong Kong girls.
Yes, I think where they've really struggled in this game is in terms of the accuracy of their passing. It has resulted in possession being turned over, which Hong Kong has been really good in terms of making maximum use. And interesting this time, Sri Lanka deciding to go to the boat. It's just a grub head, not much distance. But Hong Kong have managed to get possession and win the penalty because Sri Lanka have not rolled away. Fortunately, a knock on for by Hong Kong. So just entering the final 2 minutes of this game.
And that's Kanchana Mahendran coming in. So far, a scrum in favor of Sri Lanka, and
yes, Sri Lanka will dearly like to get something on the board. They wouldn't want to be scoreless for 2 consecutive games. But the way things have gone thus far, looks like that's the way it's going to be.
yes, Abdullah, but they still do have time to make some score. with just under 2 minutes on our clock.
So Sri Lanka with one final opportunity, but again the execution left wanting, and Hong Kong just managing to knock it on. Unfortunately, they had made use of the advantage, so Sri Lanka will get the scrum. Spectators slowly trickling here into the racecourse ground as the day goes on. I'm sure the crowd will increase. Some really good rugby has been witnessed thus far at this Asian Sevens second leg.
Yes, Abdullah, and they opt for the kick, but there are 2 chasers on the back, and Hong Kong returns the favour.
Yes, well, that's a really good touch finder, if you can say so. Bit fortunate. Bounce of the ball favouring Hong Kong. So Sri Lanka will have a line out 5 meters away from their try line, but will be under a little bit of stress. We approach the final 30 seconds of the game. Sri Lanka going to number 1. Behind the try line. That's not the best execution in terms of trying to clear their lines. Position has been turned over, and Hong Kong just executing brilliantly, going right through the hands, and another try for Hong Kong with the hooter just going off.
And that glimpse was the teams of the women's section players from Sri Lanka. They have come to support their fellow teammates.
So the conversion is not successful, and that's the end of the game. Comfortable victory for Hong Kong, pouncing and making maximum use of Sri Lanka's errors. It's a game where I'd have to say Sri Lanka probably just will have only themselves to blame in terms of their poor execution.
And that is full-time confirmation score 31 points to 0. And Abdullah, it's really about the technique, isn't it? It's about managing possession and maintaining depth. Sri Lanka lacks depth in their attack, and that is why the defense of the Hong Kong players seems to be right in front of their faces.
Yes, and I think it comes down to just having enough exposure at this international level, isn't it, Khadija? That's probably an area where Sri Lanka lack. Hong Kong, you can see a very experienced team. As we have a look at the key stats, 5 tries and 3 conversions to Hong Kong, which makes up their 31 points. So that's a commanding victory for Hong Kong, and Sri Lanka yet with having to get a single try in this tournament, but they'll have an opportunity against Singapore later on in the day. And this is the next match that's coming up in the main segment. Malaysia taking on Philippines. It will be a close encounter, and to take you through to that game, Sudarshana Piris and Romario De Silva.
Malaysia set to take on the Philippines, and both teams, well, Malaysia, they had one win in their first game, while Philippines come in with a defeat against a hard-fought Hong Kong team. Well, the champions from the first leg made easy work of Philippines. Malaysia, on the other hand, they did have a good outing against Korea, and will be looking to continue in that vein of form. I have Sudarshana with me in the comment box. Sudarshana, the Sevens action only keeps coming.
Brilliant, isn't it, Romario, to have Asia Rugby Sevens coming back for the loved Colombo leg, as we see the crowds coming in as well. Malaysia taking on the Philippines here at the race course, coming to you live on the Papare, official broadcaster for Asia Rugby for this tournament.
In fact, it's great to have the Colombo leg, as you said, Sudarshana, after a lapse of 8 years.
Yeah, largely due to the fact that the pandemic wiped out all sporting action as well. It's why it has taken so long. And very thankful to Asia Rugby and all the Sri Lankan authorities who worked very tirelessly to put this together here. Very good conditions so far, Romario.
Fingers crossed it'll hold on. So by the looks of it, it'll be the Philippines to kick things off. Through their number 11, puts it deep into the 22. And Malaysia will have to build from pretty much inside their own 5-meter line. But early on, pressure coming in by Philippines and a knock on.
Kickoffs used as an attacking weapon. A lot of the good sevens teams, they try to do that, Romario, where they can find their opposition checking back to catch that ball. And if you get your choices in the correct areas, you can put them under pressure.
Indeed. Philippines, they did that very well in their first game too. And now they continue to do so. Here they go to the line. Coming in short and goes straight through was number 11, Ryan Mitchell. He goes under the post for the opening points within the first minute of play.
Brilliant work by the Philippines. Mitchell running in a brilliant line and making sure that they touch down first within the first minute of the game.
Great start. They did in fact start against Hong Kong as well on the front foot in the first few minutes, but they unfortunately peter out as the game goes on. But I'm sure the coaching staff would have had a look at that, and there will be no doubt to be wanting to put that right. Restart this time around again, let bounce by Malaysia. They did that the first time around as well, but this time around cleaned up much better. Now sending it through the hands rather. Loopy passers not helping their cause. But Malaysia somehow, the player wriggles his way to the floor. Cross kick coming in. Again the ball was let bounce. Unfortunately, I think if he could have accelerated and got onto that ball without it bouncing, I think he would have been gaining some good meters.
Was there for the taking for Malaysia. Bounce of the rugby ball cannot be judged, and it's very, very difficult. Hong Kong, I beg your pardon, the Philippines taking it quickly.
No 2 meter. 2 meter.
The referee awards a shot on penalty. Quickly taken by the Philippines, spreading it wide now. Numbers and space on the outside will hit. Moses have the speed and the legs and the finish. Referee will have a word with the assistant and awards it after consultation with Robin Alexander. Second try for the Philippines coming through Mikel Moses.
Great piece of play here by Philippines. Just doing the basics right, catching and passing. And the passes to stick in well into the breadbasket of the recipient and makes life very easy.
Here's another look that try different angle, no problem there. Touches down. Moses for the second for Philippines.
Back, player.
Malaysia sending it through the hands. Now They have a number on the outside, but good rush defense coming in by Philippines and bringing the man onto the floor. Malaysia down the short side they go, trying to break. He does break, so a half break, gets the offload away as the number 7 unfortunately lacks support and the ball has been turned over. Now Philippines accelerating through and gets a lovely offload. Does the player in the number 11 jumper, and this time around as well. Well, in fact, Philippines have received a penalty for holding on. That was Curtis in the number 11 jumper for Philippines, who made a good half break there, Sudarshan.
Yeah, some good work by the Philippines. They'll want to manage the pace of the game. They're 12 points up, 2 minutes to go in this first half. Despite being very gloomy, Romario, it's quite humid in the middle.
Taking the ball into contact as Sedong now puts a right foot step, trying to get away but unable to do so. The ball squirts out, but the referee goes back for the penalty advantage. Says that there was a tackle off the ball by the looks of it. Philippines have done really well, Sudarshana. They have not let Malaysia get any possession in this game, and whatever possession they got, they received everything deep inside the red zone of their own half. So things have not been really easy.
Absolutely, they've bossed the territorial battle, Philippines. They've camped themselves in the 30 of Malaysia, putting them under a lot of pressure. Here's an opportunity for Malaysia. The chase is on. Some brilliant touch there would make any football coach proud, Romario.
Yes, indeed. A lovely touch, but just not working out the way the Philippines player would have hoped it would have. And now, just about 40 seconds left. Malaysia will be desperate to strike. They have not been able to do so throughout the whole of this game. Feeding into the scrum is, or preparing to feed into the scrum is the number 12. Bahurdin. Ball turned over. Gets the pass away, but just goes forward there. Unfortunate there for the Philippines player. He had the try line beckoning, even though it was about 60 meters away. But just that pass not going the way he would have hoped it was. Here you see the replay there. Yes, indeed. Forward it was.
Okay, no stop, no stop. Play out, play out. Time out. Coach. 5. Set.
Philippines trying really hard to disrupt, but a yellow card coming for a deliberate knock on there, Sudarshana.
Yeah, Malaysia putting some pressure just before this half time, trying to get one in, be alive in this game.
Amani Oibu is the player who has been sent to the bin, and he seems to be enjoying his time in the sin bin. You don't see that too often. Bit of a wave towards the camera.
Has the confidence that his team will negotiate the next instances. Here's an opportunity for Malaysia, going into contact, and brilliant defensive work that time by Edlin for the Philippines.
So Clifford Dawson in the number 1 jumper. He did represent the Philippines 8 years ago when they came to Sri Lanka. They did manage to defeat Sri Lanka, in fact. I remember that game quite well. So it's half-time here in this game. Philippines have taken a 12-point advantage over Malaysia.
Welcome back to the live action from Racecourse Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens back in the island shores. This is what happened in the first half of this game. Philippines running in twice. The first one was a brilliant dive from Ryan Mitchell right underneath the post, followed by Michael Moses touching down far left. 12 points to nil, and coming up we have a big one. Hong Kong taking on South Korea. That's going to be a big clash in men's pool A, and will most probably decide the top seed of that group.
Indeed, I think South Korea did not perform well in their first game, but Hong Kong, they started a bit slowly. However, they managed to get into the game, and they ended with a thumping victory. They are preparing for the second half. Malaysia taking on Philippines. Malaysia, Fox in the referee, but somehow puts a shallow restart this time around. However, bit of volleyball by the two teams, and Philippines recovers. Now throwing it far deep into their own half. Players trying to get a bit of footwork on. Good strength shown there by the ball carrier. Philippines retaining possession, sending it through the hands. Looking for a switch was the number 6, Adlan. Hospital pass there, but well negotiated. However, the first man comes in clean and turns it over. The Philippines player, he did not release the tackler.
Great work from Iqbal, and here's an opportunity. Just on top of the try line, that's going to be a penalty. Need to take it quickly, Malaysia. And here's the big man. Gets away and gives it out to the number 11, Zuhairi, who touches down for Malaysia. This is brilliant from them. They needed to make sure that they were the first to score, Romario. And they've done that. Some very good work from Malaysia, and this game is now live.
Indeed, this game is far from over. Malaysia staying in the hunt with that try. Zuhairi, he did have a good game the first time they stepped foot on this paddock here early during the early hours, and his form continues.
Great carry by Mohammad Zulisham also in that number 8 jersey, who created that opportunity, took the man on, and with that beautiful offload got Malaysia right back into the game. 7 points to 12 in favor of the Philippines still, but the Malaysians will have a little bit of spring in their step.
Kick off yet again for the second time of asking. Changes the side, and this time though puts it deep. Step in, has a number on the outside. Do Philippines break? No, they do. Half break there by the number 7, Iqbal. Beg your pardon, that was Mitchell Moses. Philippines still keeping the ball alive through their number 10, Roland Henry. Gets it back. Roland Henry this time tried to sneak down the short side, but thought better off. Now through their number 5, step in, beats one, puts on a bit of a goose step. Now steps on the accelerator, gets the switch in. Will Philippines go all the way? Yes, they do. Through their number 7, Mitchell Moses. He dots down for his second. And now another kick for Philippines in this game against Malaysia.
Brilliant stuff by Moses that time, cutting in on the angle, but the good work was done by Kautai.
10 seconds.
Great stepping, and Moses finishing and converting his own kick as well. So Philippines slowly sailing away from Malaysia, despite that encouraging start to the second episode of this game. Three and a half minutes to go. 19 points to 7. What can Malaysia do?
Malaysia will no doubt have to strike back. Strike back next. Lovely kickoff there. Collected by the number 10. Well, we all know why he's in that number. And will the Philippines manage to score? Yes, they do. Through the number 11, Ryan Mitchell this time. And the Philippines have now extended their lead. And by the looks of it, kicked Malaysia out of this game and out of the reckoning.
Yeah, you could say that try sealed the deal for the Philippines. Beautiful work by Roland Henry and Ryan Mitchell finishing it off. His second for this game and second of the tournament. And no problem with the conversion as well. So Philippines really steering away from Malaysia. Malaysia will be looking to get their defensive discipline right. Romario, plenty of holes opening up where the ball left. So that's something that they will have to take a deep look at before the day finishes.
Yes, indeed. And Philippines, well, they have analyzed their first game and they are bouncing back really well. They did open the scoring twice against Hong Kong but fell away this time around, though. They are sticking to the pace and keeping up to it. Kickoff. Collected, but the referee says there was a slight knock on in there. About 1:30 plus a bit of change left on the clock, as a few changes coming in, fresh legs for Philippines, and they will no doubt be hoping for an injection of pace. Sudarshana.
Absolutely, and also management of your squad is also very important to remind you, especially given the fact that it's a 2-day tournament. You've got to play 3 games today and then possibly 3 games tomorrow as well. You need to make sure that your entire squad is ready to go when the time comes, as Malaysia look to try and get another score, which will be a consolation score. They have some very good talent sprinkled across. Zuwairi, man carrying the ball that time. Amar, Putra, now to Halim. Making a break, brilliant run by Ilham. Will he have the legs to go all the way? Support is there securing it. And that's going to be touchdown for Zarif from Malaysia. And they show they are here to play, Romario. Very good work done by the number 11 Suwairi. Zarif touches down.
Yeah, surely here to play Malaysia. Just falling a bit short in this second game, though. At a great conversion coming in, 14 points to 26. Zueli with the extras set up the try, made the try assist, and made easy work of that conversion as well.
Come off.
Time, unfortunately, though, has run out for Malaysia. But they will be happy with how they came back in the final few minutes. But having said that, they'll have quite a bit to brush up on before they go into their third game.
call.
Restart yet again used as an attacking weapon.
Double no call.
Lost forward, however, by both teams. And the referee says that there is a bit more left on the clock. And we will have the scrum.
Can Malaysia get one more score here? Because 19-26 would be so much more better than 14-26 Romario. That's going to be a penalty. Hands on the ground, falling over the ball and killing it. Quickly taken by Malaysia, but loses it forward, and that will be the game. Philippines celebrations were delayed by the Malaysian grit, who didn't want to go down cheaply. Romario, 14 points to 26 is how it finishes. Philippines will be happy at the fact that they had a controlled bounce back performance after that disappointing loss to Hong Kong.
Indeed, they will be extremely happy with how they bounce back. But now we move our attention on to the game between Hong Kong and Korea, as we see the full-time score confirmation. Malaysia 14, Philippines 26. Round off their second game for this evening.
Highlights of the game: Malaysia getting their touchdown early in the second, making it live. The Philippines showing the dominance and running away with it. What will be very, very encouraging for the Philippines will be the fact that they managed to have multiple scorers contributing to their success. Key stats of the game: Malaysia 14, 2 tries, 2 conversions, whereas Philippines 4 tries with 3 conversions. 14 points to 26 the score.
It's the big clash. Hong Kong, China taking on South Korea. A big one coming your way here from the racecourse. If you're in and around Colombo, make your way to the racecourse grounds. Here's the kickoff from Hong Kong in this important fixture in this group. Well collected there by South Korea. Need to get a victory here, these two teams. Top teams of each group will go into the next round of the cup competition, and there is space for one more team that finishes second. Penalty coming the way of Hong Kong, China. They force them to hold on to the ball there. Hong Kong have been the better team, haven't they, right throughout this Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. The first leg they absolutely blew away all their oppositions, but so far they had a bit of a sketchy start, Sudarshana, in the first game that they played against the Philippines. Here's the scrum for Hong Kong, China running on the outside. That's going to be the first score. Easy does it for Hong Kong, China. Spotted the gap on that corner, and the man in the number 13 jersey, Liam Herbert, goes over to score the first try for Hong Kong, China, and his second try in this leg.
No problem with the conversion as well. Hong Kong straight away hitting the ground running in this game. They do not want any upsets coming their way after that little jittery start to the tournament. Korea this time managing to secure position as the skies seem to be opening up. There is a little bit of a drizzle. Great carry by the Korean players. They spread the ball wide. Looking to run on the outside is Kim. Here's Gwang King. Korea looking to spread the ball wide, and that's a loose pass. It's building up some momentum, but ball turned over.
South Korea, of course, Sudarshan, travelling to Sri Lanka for the second time. A couple of these players featured in that 15th game that they played against Sri Lanka. Set piece line out for Hong Kong China now. Slowing things up for a second there, Sabin Lee. Callum McCullough scored a couple of tries in that first game. Takes it into contact for Hong Kong China. Now there's space on the out. Here's a try scorer, Liam Herbert, who decides to switch back in and run across the South Korean defense. No one seems to want to tackle him there. Now here's the ball for Johnny Eseono, and he's going to step his way through. Huge left foot step and a try for Johnny Eseono for Hong Kong China. They score their second try in this game.
Great composure from Team Hong Kong. And the first time today, the field became a little sunny, and then the skies open up, which was going to be inevitable showers today. It was only a matter of what time they would arrive. So presents a newer challenge for most of these teams to quickly adapt to that wet conditions, wet underfoot conditions, and also wet ball conditions. Spreading it wide is going to be a little bit of a task, but the better teams will look to adapt.
Sebastian Breen takes it forward for Hong Kong China over the ball there. Ji Hun Park evading the first tackle and evading the second tackle. Third try for Hong Kong China. It's James Christie who goes over in that number 8 jersey. A little too easy here for Hong Kong China. They've really had a bit of analysing done of that previous performance. It was not the best performance from the Hong Kong China team, but this performance, they've really brushed up on the mistakes and they seem to have got their act together.
Yeah, Hong Kong will be after the rhythm that they want to achieve. It's going to be very important in this two-day tournament, to try and get into that rhythm and to try and keep that rhythm throughout the 2 days of the competition. As we take another look at Christie's try, brilliant work in that front-up collision, and then he had the speed and the vision where the space was.
Taken to contact there was Ji-Kol Kim for South Korea. Here's a little bit of space opening up for Ji-Hun Park, but it shuts down quickly. The drift defense of Hong Kong China is right up to the task. Good depth in the attack from South Korea, but good defense from Hong Kong China, really cramping them up for some room here. Imosi Labati takes it out of the 22. Spots a half gap there, but closed up once again. The Hong Kong China defense is really up to the task. Now here's an opportunity for Ji-Kol Kim. He's got Imosi Labati with him. They need a couple of supporting players. Oh, just lost his footing there. Ji-Kol Kim. And a penalty coming the way of Hong Kong China for not playing the ball on his feet there. Imosi Labati, the guilty party.
Yeah, rugby is played on the feet, the moment you go down, you have no right to the ball, and the ball at that time guilty of that. Opportunity for Hong Kong to put in another attack, and they will be looking to make sure that they execute perfectly. It's going to be crooked. It's opportunity for Korea to try and regroup. Final play of the first half on our clock.
South Korea have won the series once in 2010, 2021 and 2022. They were the runners-up, but they've slipped away from contention for that title in the last couple of years. Sudarshana, Hong Kong, China and Japan have really stamped their authority in this Asia Rugby 7 circuit.
Here's an opportunity for Korea, putting the ball behind the Hong Kong defense. The chasers overrunning it. Still available, and Christie says enough is enough. Let's get some water in, and as we go into half time. Half-time confirmation, 19 points to 0. Hong Kong with a comfortable half, getting multiple tries. Welcome back to the live action brought to you from Racecourse. As we take a look at the highlights of the first half, Hong Kong with a dominant performance, 19 points to 0. Liam Herbert starting off the proceedings with a try, and then Johnny Ezono cutting back inside and running in for the second for Hong Kong. And then came James Christie's run on the outside, breaks the first tackle, and space and speed to exploit. Hong Kong 3 tries to none. Next game coming up will be a men's Pool B fixture. UAE taking on Thailand.
Important half for South Korea. They need to get a couple of scores. Even if they don't win this game, they need to try and bridge the gap when it comes to points difference if they are to try and make way in the cup segment. But here's the try scorer who opened the scoring in the first half, who will do the same in the second half. It's Liam Herbert who goes over for a try for Hong Kong. China didn't even take them 15 seconds to get on the score sheet and get a 5-pointer. Hong Kong, China well and truly running away with this one.
Yeah, making it look easy, Hong Kong. Herbert that time, yet again, really making South Korea hurt. Conversion doesn't find the mark, but Hong Kong will not worry. 24 points to 0, comfortable win, beautiful offload from Herbert. Beg your pardon, Christie. And then Herbert says, I'll cruise along the way. Gets his second of the game. The restart. It's South Korea under pressure. Here's space. Well, he had the legs, but no, Christie is there to cover that. Not releasing the ball, so penalized. Not releasing the tackle player, rather. Opportunity for Korea. with the slide down pro. It's becoming a little muddy here at race course. But Korea looking to create phases and loses the contact. Here's James Christie going in for his second, making it look so very easy. A tackle for good measure, but he was never going to let that go.
He really didn't expect that. If he didn't score that, that would have been one for the highlights reel. 2 tries in this leg and 2 tries in this match. 29 points to nil.